Hey everybody, Big Jano here. Welcome on in. For those that don't know me, I'm an engineer by day, but by night I like to game, I like to 3D print, and create a little bit of awesomeness here on social media. The stream is just about to begin, so sit back and relax. Tonight's stream is gonna be epic. You know the drill by now. New space equals new intro video. So without further ado, let's do it big. All right, let's get going. Hello, you guys should be able to hear and see me. Please let me know if you guys cannot hear me. But welcome on in. Great to see all of you here. It's been a minute since we've done a live stream on YouTube, so apologies in advance if the signal goes in and out a tad. If things start happening. We haven't done a YouTube live stream probably since, what was the last time? Probably 3D Printopia, I think. I think 3D Printopia or Rocky Mountain or Murph, one of the events. But chat, it's great to see you over here on YouTube for our post-Thanksgiving Black Friday 3D Printing Maker Hangout here on YouTube. Great to see all of you here. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. Friday evening, Friday morning. It is Friday morning here. It is right before noon. I have coffee in hand. It is. I have coffee and water in hand. It's going to be one of those days today, but it's going to be an exciting day here. I got my coffee here, the Big Jano mug today. Good stuff indeed. You guys can hear me. That's good. Love to hear that. Make sure everything's good before we start streaming. But yeah, chat, welcome on in. For those that are new to the YouTube side of things, or for those that haven't been around the Twitch live streams too much, let me introduce myself to all of you. My name is Big Jano. I'm an engineer by day, but by night, I like to game, I like to 3D print, and create awesome projects here on social media a few days a week, or a few nights a week. It's good to see you all over here on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for being here. I know many of you guys might have Thanksgiving food comas. I myself enjoyed my Thanksgiving holiday yesterday with some family, so that was great. Hopefully, for those that did celebrate Thanksgiving yesterday, you guys also had a great day. Whether you celebrated with family, friends, or just celebrated with yourself, hope you had a great day. But welcome on in. Good to see you all here. Let me make sure to chat. I can see chat real quick. I may have to go back and forth from screens. I should be able to see things. RC Maniac, welcome on in. Yeah, none of the commands from Twitch will translate over to YouTube, unfortunately. But I believe there is a link to the merch shop, I think, in the video somewhere, or there might be a little pop-out window for it. For those that are interested, we do have a merch shop. We do have items such as the hoodie I'm wearing, the coffee mug I just took a sip out of, this really cool water bottle as well. And we're actually running a Black Friday or Big Friday sale, 20% off everything in the store, plus free shipping over $60 US. And that's running till the end of this month, which is tomorrow. So if you guys are interested in any of the merch you guys see, there's also some new merch in the store as well. So go check it out. And like I said, you guys have a discount. You guys have some pretty decent discounts in the store until the 30th, which is tomorrow. No, Sunday. Sorry, Sunday. All right. Oh, I was in the middle of saying hello to everybody. 3D Management, welcome on in as well. Good to see you. Da Vinci, welcome in. Cast Runner, welcome on in. Stephen Poole, welcome on in. And everyone else just kind of lurking in the background or just getting in here, welcome on in as well. Today is going to be a really special stream. This is something I'm really excited for. And we're going to see... we'll see how this goes, but I'm really, really excited. Today, our friends over at Prusa have graciously sponsored a Prusa XL single tool to 2 Toolhead upgrade kit. And I actually have the box right here. There we go. We got ourselves an upgrade kit for our Prusa XL. For those that do not know, we have a single tool Prusa XL, and today we're going to take that single tool and turn it into a 2 tool printer. So we'll finally have a tool changer when everything's said and done today. And again, big thank you to Prusa. They sponsored the kit. I got to chat with them at 3D Printopia about this opportunity, and they have been awesome. Very, very gracious and generous of them to do so. And they also sent not just this awesome box of cool stuff, but they also sent over some pretty cool Prusa socks. Some trying to get the can't do it. They're infill socks. I'm wearing the infill socks today. So hopefully that carries us through the upgrade kit build. I believe it is a build because there are components we're going to have to put together and also do some work on the printer. So we're going to do that today here on the stream, and we are going to work on it until we can get it done. So we might be here a few hours. We might be here half a day. I actually don't know how long it's supposed to take, so we'll have to find out. Whatever I find out, it's probably gonna take a little bit longer. But I'm looking forward to doing the whole process here on the stream. My goal is to eventually get everything built up, get the new tool changer up, get the tool changer parts up and running as well, get everything calibrated, and we'll try to end the stream with a test print. So that's the plan. We'll take it one step at a time. We're going to follow the instructions that Prusa has. I did pull them up on the website, and we're going to follow along the kit. I do have room on my desk over here, and if I'm going to pull this out just a hair. I'm just rearranging some stuff on my screen real quick. And if I go to my top-down view, I have my well, I did have my camera up and ready. One moment. One moment. One moment. There we go. I do have my top-down camera here on my desk for any work that we'll need to do on the physical parts themselves. I do have all my previous tools from my original Prusa XL assembly kit. When we built the printer, what now, 2 years ago? Almost 2 years, well, yeah, 2 years ago. We have all these screws, or not screws, all these wrenches and whatnot that I believe it's going to use majority of the same tools. So, I do have extra tools if we need to, but I do have my desk over here cleared off to do any work. The printer is also to the left of me, which once we start working on the printer itself, I will move the camera over that way a little bit, and you guys will be able to see what we're doing over there. So I'll have to move this camera. It's a desktop. It's like a remote desktop tabletop camera. So I will have to move this throughout the stream today. So apologies in advance if camera gets shaky. We're running on one, potentially two cameras today. So, well, two technically with the camera here, but so two, potentially three. I might have a chance to get the other third camera I have up configured. I thought I had fixed up everything on the YouTube live stream side of things with the overlays and whatnot. So everything should be good on that, except for my one camera. I might have to configure it real quick, but we should be okay. But yeah, that's the plan for today. I'm excited. I'm excited to get this thing up and running as a tool changer finally. It's going to be very helpful when we're going to be printing parts for our upcoming gingerbread holiday project. It's going to be pretty nice. We already started printing parts for it yesterday before I halted production on the parts. And it's coming along really nicely. If you guys want to see the progress of that whole design, we're getting near the end of that. And you guys can check that out over on my Twitch channel, which we're live usually on Tuesday and Thursday nights around 8:30 Eastern PM. So we're not going to focus too much on that today. We're going to be focusing on the Prusa XL, which is over here to the right of me. I'll flip the camera around so you guys can see it in its glory. Well, you can see part of it because it's also like, there's the, do I have to rotate the, there we go. So you guys can see it. It's off to the left of me here, sitting over on the table. It usually sits back there. I actually had to move the table this morning. I got a small little workout in, but I will move this camera. I have a table over here where I can push this back a little bit this way. If I'm working on the front, I'll probably be working on the back at some point as well. So we're gonna we'll move this camera around quite a bit today. So hopefully no one gets motion sick on my watch, but we should be good. Yeah, it's not as heavy as people think it is. I mean, I know it is very heavy. It's very bottom heavy with the power supplies, but it's not too bad. It didn't take me too much effort to move it from the back wall up to here. I will have to be careful about that, especially after well, maybe we'll move it back after I'll have to move the table over. Maybe before we calibrate everything, once it's all put together, maybe I'll move it back so that way the calibration doesn't get messed up with me potentially moving it after the fact. So we'll see how things go, but yeah, that's the plan today, folks. I'm excited. So I don't want to wait too much longer to get going. At any point you guys can't hear me or the camera goes out, please don't be afraid to let me know. Like I said, this is our first YouTube live stream in like a long time, but I look forward to spending a good chunk of the day with you guys here working on this. So we'll get started here in just a second. Let me get this out of the way. And hopefully I don't run into any issues with bots in the chat. I do have a mod here in chat, so I should be good there. I will keep an eye on chat if need be. But let's get going, folks. Let's do it. I'm looking forward to this. Let's see. Let me pull up the... Let me see where the instructions are. There we go. Alright, so I do have my other camera in here as well, so if I need to work on parts, I can kind of do it simultaneously. And I'm also going to, before I do that, let me go ahead. I'm going to move the chat window over to my other screen so I can see what's going on. That way I'll be able to like kind of keep track of everything going on. Just gonna blow that up. All right, we should be good. I'll move that over here. Perfect. Cool. I have my OBS on one half of the screen. My chat window popped up on another, and then I have the instructions over on this screen that you guys should be able to see. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This is what I have currently up. This is original XL single tool to dual head upgrade. I was a day one order for the XL. So that I had one of the original Prusa XLs, at least I believe, when they got shipped out. So hopefully we don't run into too many issues with like there's some hardware that might be different, or there's some like parts that might be printed in different materials, but we should be okay. There we go. Alright, so let me get some stuff out of the box here before we begin. Before we get too crazy, let's just take out everything in the box so I don't completely dox myself with the address on the box. Alright, let me just double check to make sure this is the right version of this. Original Prusa XL upgrade instructions V100. This is actually 101. So we're good. This paper came with the box. Oh, of course we got some gummy bears, some good old German gummy bears. Those will, I'm sure, have something to do with the assembly. I'm sure we're gonna have to eat these during the assembly at certain times, so we'll hang on to the gummy bears. We're gonna need those today. We got ourselves our one box here, which is, you can kind of see if I can hold up the camera better. This is the multi-tool neck extruder. So this has the nozzle seal, the spool holder, and the extruder sock. That's in this box here, which seems like a tiny hole in it, but I think we should be okay. And then we also have the single tool upgrade parts. So the single tool to multi-tool parts, the tool changer assembly, and the multi-tool accessories. So we'll take that here as well. Now, what else in the box? I feel something else in here, I believe. Let's just wrap it here. I think that's it. Okay. Goodbye, box. Alrighty. Let me get this up. So we got that. We got the instructions here. This is 101 from what I believe. It said on my paper here 100. Version 100. This is 101. So I'm assuming this is the most up-to-date instructions. We are going to follow these. I should log into my account. I don't necessarily have to here, but let's go ahead and get started. Introduction. Just intro. Hopefully we don't need more space to work on this, but we'll see. I'm going to need my screwdriver and pliers. I do have these. They're sitting... actually, the screwdriver's in my toolbox that I have because I've been using it for other things. And the pliers, I believe, are over there as well. So I'm going to have to get those. Let me go grab those real quick. They're over here, so they're in my toolbox. Oh, the tools are in here. Pliers might be on my desk somewhere. I got the red screwdriver. pliers on my desk? I have other pliers if need be. Nope, they're in here. I just didn't see it. Cool. Pliers. I'm also bringing this along because at some point, I don't know if it's going to be today, but with the second tool head, I already have a new nozzle for this second tool head that I'm going to be using at some point. I don't know if we're going to install it today. We might wait just to get it up and running first before I go ahead and start doing other things. But we have this. Let's see if I can hold up the screen a little better. It is a silicon silicon carbon or carbide neck extruder nozzle from Fadis. This was gifted to me from my friend Zombie Hedgehog. You guys might know him over on Twitch. Also does some YouTube stuff as well. He actually gifted this to me over at I think it was Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Festival. So this is a really nice looking nozzle. It has like a coated tip on here. It's a 0.4 nozzle, and it's going to be able to run abrasive materials. And it's a pretty good upgrade from just standard brass. So actually, I've never tried a Fadis nozzle before. So we're going to install this at some point in the future on the second tool head. I already have a silicon carbide V6 0.6 millimeter nozzle on the first tool right now. That thing has been able to handle every type of material I've been able to throw at it. That's going to stay on there, but this one's going to be our second tool head upgraded nozzle at some point in the future. Hey Pez Liz, welcome on in. Good to see you. Yeah, so that first tool has a it has a V6 adapter on it, and then there's a V6 nozzle that's tungsten carbide nozzle on the first tool. It's a V6 style nozzle with the V6 adapter. That I think with the day one Prusa XL, they gifted the V6 adapter to everybody that ordered on day one. So that was really, really nice. I was able to use that on that particular nozzle. I think I was going to use that on a different machine, but works perfectly on that one. I can run abrasives. I just ran stainless steel PLA on a print I did yesterday on the machine, and it handles it like nothing. So, all right, we got the hardware, the neck extruder box as a heat bed cover. So we're going to need the box. So I'm just going to put that on my desk. I believe I have all of the Torx screws. They're in here. They're in this pile. I do have additional Torx screws, and I also do need to go grab the other set of metric screws I have, which I do have right here. So we got T8, T10. I do have a set of additional Torx screws if I need them, and we have a 4mm, which I believe we have in here as well. I've kind of kept all the Prusa hardware, or I'm sorry, the Prusa tools together because I knew they were going to try to use most of these tools. So, and a 2.5 and a 3mm Allen key, which I believe we do have. Okay, we don't need a 4, we just need a 2.5 and a 3, which we do have. So, all right. Single tool neck extruder upgrade. Yeah, yep. I don't think we need the cheat sheet here. I don't think we're using any of these like plastic extrusions today. Okay, that looks good. I am not grabbing it by the spool holder. I know that for a fact. I've already I accidentally, a long time ago, I put a little too much force trying to load filament in, and the little M3 nut, or the nut that sits in here, pulled out, and that ripped out, and caused me to have to replace that part because the board got messed up. So that's good to know. I actually lifted it from the bottom because I just wanted to get better leverage when I moved it. Okay, so that's good. Next year upgrade comes with pre-installed 4.4 nozzle. Yeah, we'll probably use the regular 0.4 nozzle for now. I'm not gonna mess with the unless we make good time. Then maybe we can upgrade. We can do the nozzle swap. I know how to replace the nozzle fairly easily in the tools, so. But we'll see. We'll see on time. But that I can do kind of on an outside of stream. So that's nothing crazy. Silicone sock. Okay. Always have. Always make sure you wear your socks, folks. Always do. Socks are important. Alright, and lubricant handling. Okay, cool. Alright, so actually I probably need to move the camera probably behind here somewhat. I'm going to try to move it over this way. I'm going to try to move this to the back. I can try to move the camera back a little bit. Hopefully you guys can kind of see the camera a little bit. I know it's kind of close. I'll have to move some things. But it looks like I have to take apart the PTFE, which I probably should have done ahead of time. And then I'm just going to move ahead real quick to the next. Okay, so that's that. And then comments. Okay. Wait. That. Oh, wait, that's not... I'm dumb. I didn't read the... I saw the picture, I didn't read the thing. Okay, never mind. Yeah, yeah, I just realized I didn't start yet. We're good. This is gonna be a fun day. It took me 5 streams to do the XL build, so... I did give myself enough time today. I gave myself most of the day to do this. If need be, we can turn this into a part 2, but I'm going to try to get this all done in a day. Yeah, these are instructions for the instructions, so I think this is the official first step, and I already did this yesterday. There's no filament loaded into the screen. There's no filament loaded into the printer. Why did I say loaded into the screen? Loaded into the printer, and then I probably should... the bed's not all the way down, though. But I guess it doesn't really need to... I probably could lower it a little bit. I might turn it on just to lower the bed a little bit. You know what? I'm gonna try to move the camera. I'm gonna try to move the camera to the front. This table over here, you can see it from the front. So I should have a little bit of cable to. Is that a better view? Maybe I'll move it this way a little bit. Try to push some stuff out of the way here. It should be a better look. That looks like a much better. You'll probably see my screens at some point, unless I move it this way. I can adjust it in a second. If I load filament into the stream, let us know. We can save on shipping. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? You can just upload filament from the computer. That'd be great. Save on shipping costs. I'm gonna leave the bed as is. I gotta unplug the PSU cable, which I'll do in here in a second. I gotta keep the Haribo closed. That's fine. All right, I need the T10 and a 2.5 mil key. I'm actually gonna, let me unbox the box here, of all the stuff we got. Let me unbox the stuff so I can save some room on my desk. So we're probably going to need the desk space to work on some stuff today. And as I say that now, you guys can't see my actual desk, but I'm literally just taking stuff out of a box, so nothing crazy for you guys to miss here. Andrew Rogers with the $10 super chat for the streaming on the Tube of You Fund. Well, thank you very much, my friend, for that. And thank you so much for being becoming a member. Welcome to the membership club over here on YouTube. I do have memberships here on YouTube. They have different benefits as well to help support the YouTube side of things. So thank you so much, Andrew Rogers, for that and super chat. And Bearded Printer with a $10 super chat for the 5-minute build fund. I wish this was a 5-minute build. That would be amazing. Actually, before I unbox all this stuff, let me make sure what we're doing here first. Okay, so we actually need to just take some stuff apart on the printer first. So maybe we just hold off on unboxing the box, and then we will unbox the stuff. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to having the extra tool heads here on the printer. It is going to be very, very helpful, especially with many of the projects I've been working on, especially the holiday project coming up. It's going to definitely come in handy for many of the prints. So, let's see. Oh, Pez Liz with the $1.99 Canadian super chat. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate that. And I do have my coffee here already ready to go. So cheers to everybody here. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I know we're already at 45 minutes in. We haven't done anything yet. But cheers to you guys. You guys are awesome. All right. So let's go ahead and get... I do have a 2.5 on this, so I might just use this. It is this one. I might have it over here, but I gotta find it. And then we need the T10, which I believe is the shorter one, which I got here. So we're gonna go from the back. We're going to... I should have probably turned it around so you guys can actually see it from the back. But I think we're just unplugging the neck extruder from the back of the printer, and I think we're just taking apart the PTFE and I'm probably sure taking apart the Wi-Fi antenna. I'm detaching the dock. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and get that going. I should have my wireless mic set today. I don't. I'll be kind of going back and forth from my desk a little bit, so I will have to talk loud so you guys can hear. I'll move the microphone over a little bit so you guys can kind of hear what I'm saying. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to turn the print, unscrew the Wi-Fi antenna, and then place it nearby. Okay, do that, and the PTFE. Okay, let me go ahead and do that. Gotta make some room here. I'm just gonna drop tools already because that's something already. I'm just gonna disconnect the PTFE. And then we're gonna disconnect the Wi-Fi antenna. Although I don't know why it's off to the side, so I'm just gonna put it on my desk. And then we are going to... Yeah, my Wi-Fi antenna is off to the side, so it's not actually attached to the neck extruder connector. So I guess we'll follow the instructions. I guess we technically didn't need to do that. All right, so now we need to disconnect those two screws, loosen them, And then push the cover to the right and gently remove the screws. Okay. And then disconnect it from dwarf 1. I'm tripping on the camera cable, so that's great. I believe these are I don't think these are Torx back here. They might be. Actually, I think they are. They are. We're just going to loosen these up. Although there's a cover on mine, so I don't know if I need to pull the cover off completely. That's going to be, we'll see here in a second. Yeah, I see where it says push it to the right, because this has like a slot that you're going to have to slide to the right a little bit to get open. Let me just check to see. I'll move the microphone over that way a little bit more so you guys can hear me better. Okay, see, I have a little bit of a different cover on that. So I'm going to have to... Yeah, I'm going to have to read some of these comments as well, because I think I have a different cover on the back of this than the original. I think I just have to unscrew. And we'll pull that out. What I should have done, I should rotate the printer over here and then move the camera. Actually, that might be a better idea than me trying to walk around at all the things. So let me go ahead. I'm going to unplug the cable so don't keep tripping on that as well. Throw that on here. And we're going to move this camera back to my desk. So you guys should be able to see the back side a little bit. There we go. So that'll be easier. I might just do that and rotate the table. It'll be easier to work on this and not have to move around as much. So bear with me. Okay, let's go ahead and get the rest of these. Let's get these unscrewed. I guess I should move my microphone back to where you guys can actually hear me a little bit better. Back to BRB. No worries, RC. Thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it. We'll probably be here for a little bit, so hope you have a great rest of your day if I don't hear from you. All right. Gotta put these on my desk so I don't lose them. This looks fairly simple to get back on. It's just a small little cover. Nothing super crazy. There we go. I'm just going to put that one screw back into it so don't lose it. Okay. And we're going to disconnect our next extruder here. This is in the Dwarf 1 connection. It looks like easy as that. Okay. So wants me to reconnect that back on. I'm gonna leave it off for now, because we're probably gonna have to connect the second tool head to the second port there. This bottom cover, RC, it's been off forever. Don't ask. It's a long story. I kept it off. A long time ago, I had issues with the screen, the LCD screen, and I think it was because of the wiring slack was a little tight. And for whatever reason, I took the cover off, and the screen started working again. I don't know if I was pressing on a wire somewhere, but I kind of kept it off. So I'll probably put it back on at some point. I do have it. It's just back there. But yeah, long story short, I had it taken off for a long time ago because I was either fidgeting back there with the wiring to the LCD many moons ago, and it just happened to work out, and I didn't want to mess with it. All right. Now we need the 2.5 key to tighten the screw inside the middle hole of the dock, which I believe I see it there. So let me go grab my 2.5 key. Might be this one here. I mean, this should be long enough. I might have a longer one. No, that's not it. All right, this should be long enough. I might need my longer one for this. Which I have somewhere around here. Found it. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this loosened up. Is this the right one? So it's using a 2.5 Allen key. Allen key does not fix the screw on until the unit looks like the Torx head screw. Only need to remove the middle. So that's a good point. Let me... on the right one. There's that screw. There's the bottom screw, and I think it's the middle one here. Just making sure I'm in the right spot. I think it's this hole right here. Let me bump that up. I don't know if I have a long enough screw to get that in there, though. Unless I had the one from... I don't think it's that. Wait, that's the bottom one, and there's the middle one right here. Okay. Am I having the wrong... Did I have it in the wrong hole? Oh, I should be able to see... Oh, I see it through the inside. Ooh! See it through the inside here. Let's see. One looks like a torque screw, but I'm not sure if that's the one I need to screw out. Looks like that hole there. Hang on, give me 1 second, folks. Just gotta make sure I do this right. It's kind of hard to see without taking apart the honeycomb thing here. Is that hole? Is that hole? And then the top hole? It's the middle hole, from what it says. All right, let's see. They put it through that bottom hole. Or they put they put it through the bottom hole of the honeycomb sheet here. But it's not the middle hole. This one does latch on to my screw. This one does not latch on to my screw. This one does. That's weird. Yeah, I could remove the grate. I'm gonna try this one here because I think this one is the. I think I found the right one. This one's latching onto the screw, and it's loosening. I think this was the one I needed to loosen. So this is loosening the dock completely. Do I need to? Okay, so I need to detach it completely. lose that screw on that. So let that dangle. Which I think we're good now. I think I misinterpreted the middle by what their picture was. So I think we're good. Next, detaching the next extruder. Okay, that's just the cover. And then we need the T10, which should be the smaller one, to remove the inside bottom 2 screws. Okay. That should be simple. I'll have to go around and do that. I can also rotate the printer carefully. It ain't that difficult. So we gotta remove the top cover here very carefully. And then we need these 2 screws. Let's see if you guys can see that, right? Just want to make sure my camera can kind of see that. Good so far. Kind of need to hold it while I'm loosening these, because these can kind of move around. There we go. I'll move the mic over this way a little bit so you guys can hear me. But chat, hopefully everyone's having a great day. How's everybody's morning, noon, or afternoon, evening going? Hopefully going well. Hopefully everyone had a great Thanksgiving in the States. Hopefully you guys are taking advantage of Black Friday deals this weekend. And as a reminder, we also, speaking of Black Friday, we have a series of 4 different videos, 4 YouTube shorts that showcase all sorts of different 3D printing Black Friday deals that we made. So those are here on the channel. They're live. So at some point today, after this stream, go look at those and see some really good deals out right now. There are some really good deals going on right now for we've made 4 videos. I've highlighted 21 different companies with deals right now, so there's some good stuff. All right, screws are out, and now I'm gonna have to hold it at the top 2. Okay. So it looks like we just got to do the other 2 here. I'm going to throw these screws on my desk next to the cover, so I know these are for the extruder. We are going to use those later, it says. And then it says unplug the extruder and place it nearby. We will rebuild it in the next steps. Okay, cool. So then we can detach that. We'll circumcise the tool head, and it will officially now become part of a tool head, or part of a tool changer. So, mazel tov. Let me just loosen these screws up. Really should have lights. I really should have my brighter lights on in here. We will make do. I can already feel this coming apart, so going to hang on to this. Just kind of loosening each screw a little at a time. That one should come out. I got big hands, and tiny screws don't usually mix, so really gotta be careful not to drop any screws. Okay. Awesome. Just gonna set that down. Cool. Oh, cool. It's a Haribo break. Love it. All right. Well, I got to follow the instructions. It says I got to eat Haribos now, so. I'll always get the good gummy bears from Prusa as I drop them on my desk. Oh, no. There we go. How many does it say to eat? I don't know. I know you have to portion them out. But it says eat 10 gummy bears, so I'll eat a few. It's part of the experience, right? They're good gummy bears. I did just eat breakfast, so I'll save some of those gummy bears for later. I did follow the instructions. I did eat a couple gummy bears. But yeah, the XL gave me that 1 pound bag of gummy bears. That was epic. I think I went through this pretty quickly. Think so. Still got gummy bears from my unboxing. They provide a massive. Yeah, it's huge. And yeah, I didn't. I portioned them out during the build, but then the rest of them, it was like those went so quick. They're good, and they just taste better because they're not from the States. I don't know what it is, but they're good. They're good quality. I'll share with the class here. You guys can help yourselves. All right. Oh, cool. We got a good job. Nice. All right. Next steps. I'm going to take a sip of water before I move on. There we go. I just want to make sure something real quick. Okay, music is playing. I just hadn't been hearing it, so if anytime you guys can't hear me or the music, please let me know in chat. I am moving my microphone around a lot, so bear with me. But anyway, back to the build. We need a 2.5 key, which we do have. We did have here at some point. Oh, right here. And then a T8, which we have the tall one, and the T10, which we got here. And the needle nose pliers as well, which we got here. I'm glad I saved all my tools because the kit actually has an option if you want to rebuy the tools or not. And this kit did not come with the additional tools, so I'm glad I did save onto these. I do also have these screwdrivers you guys see on the right, as well as this is actually a really nice screwdriver. It's magnetically tipped, or it's magnetic tipped on the end there, so it's really nice for cutting zip ties. Oh, we just need that for cutting zip ties. Why do we need that? I might get my snips. I got snips for the zip ties too. All right. Old neck extruder assembly. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have to take apart the extruder, the neck extruder, and see, that was the one I detached. Okay, I'm not gonna get ahead of myself here. Okay, so we actually might be able to work on my desk for the next section of this. So it looks like we're just doing some parts. Upgrading the actual extruder itself. So this section here looks not too bad. Oh, I didn't realize there was like snips on the ends of the. Oh, I did not know that actually. I'll be darned. That's so cool. There's actually a blade on the end of the snips. I did not know that. So there's a good amount of steps in this phase. What happened to my computer here? Okay. Okay, so I think a good chunk of this step we're going to be able to work on my desk. So let me go ahead. I'm going to go back to the beginning of the step here. Okay, there we go. All right, and then I'm going to move the camera back over on my desk. I'm just going to flip it around basically and not do what I just did. Okay, I'm just gonna move that to the left. I'm probably gonna have to make some room on my desk, but we'll make do. We'll make do. Move my phone out of the way. All right, so let's go ahead and grab the assembly. We're gonna have the cable kind of dangle off my desk. Might have to move the camera just a little more. There you guys go. Okay, next step. Oop, went too far. Zip ties, we gotta cut off the dock, which is all the way over here. I'm just gonna use my snips for that. Oh, did it used to be a bucket of gummy bears? Seriously? That's cool. It looks like these two zip ties we got to cut. And then we got to pull the PTFE tube out, which we'll do carefully. There we go. Kind of doing this off camera a little bit because it's just closer to my face. There we go. I actually probably needed a little more desk space than I thought, but oh well. Zip ties are pulled off. Pull off the PTFE tube from the XL dock cable router, which is this picture here. We're gonna pull that out. There we go. Yeah, I probably should have given myself a little more desk space. It's all good. We'll make it work. I'm gonna move my tools out of the way because we can put those back up here. And then using a T10 Torx, unscrew the two M3 8RT screws. Do not throw away. Okay. So let me get my Torx out. T10. There we go. And we need to get these two screws out. And if I can show you guys carefully. These two screws. Still can't see. These two screws right here. I need to go from, actually, I need to go from this side. There we go. Loosen those two up. And we'll be good. And remove them. Do not throw them away. Noted. So far, this isn't too bad. I know we really haven't gone into like a full we haven't really gotten into the heart of it yet, but so far this has been fairly straightforward. I did appreciate that with the XL build, that everything was pretty straightforward. You know, there was a couple parts that we ran into some hiccups with. I do like the fact that people can leave comments on the instructions here and make notes on the instructions here if there's any like things I need to fix, or if there's anything that to keep a note of. Just gonna keep those two screws next to each other so I don't lose them. I assume we're gonna have to put these back together. Okay. It's out. Okay. That is good. And then, what's next? Unscrew the top. And then unscrew the lower one, which I thought we did. We'll keep that for later. And pull the dock cable router adapter from the XL cable router, and then remove the M10 or M3 by 10 screw. Okay, so we gotta take out that part. Let's go ahead and unscrew. Oh no, that was the middle one I unscrewed earlier. Okay. Good. Good to know. At least I think. T10. Pretty easy. Hey there, I am Raj. Welcome on in. Good to see ya. Did that come apart? Did I unscrew it completely? There we go. Okay, so I think I did the right screw earlier. Okay. Unscrew a little more. It's not screwed out completely from the bottom, so I gotta probably do that first. There we go. Alright, my screws are in there. I'm gonna keep them in the dock so I don't lose them. Keep our cover there. Alright. So we got our screw. We got our screw here left. It's in the middle here. We'll keep that together. Next step. All good, RC. Enjoy your lunch. All right. Next steps. We need a new dock assembly parts prep. We'll need the XL dock cable router, parking tool, nozzle seal assembly bag. Okay, so I'm gonna have to make a little bit more room on my desk. So this is what we're gonna need. That parking tool, the nuts, and the hardware. All right. I believe it's from this upgrade. This is from the... Which box is it from? Is the question. Nozzle seal assembly. Okay. Alright. So the additional tool's pretty much assembled, which is good. But now we have to prep this one. This is the spool holder. Sock. That's for the second tool, I believe. Okay. Trying to make sure there's nothing else in here that I need. Might be in the other box here. Let's check the other box real quick. It says, take on from the nozzle seal assembly bag. Alright, so there's a bunch of bags in this one here. Okay. I have to look for the. I think it's from the other box. I think we have to use the new dock. So. All right. Let's check that. One box has the actual tool with the wire, the cable harness, and then the other just has a bunch of hardware and stuff. So it's this is where I actually probably will need to clear my desk off of the old tool head. It says new dock. Okay. Parts preparation. Alright, so I'm actually going to move some of this off of my desk. I'm going to move some stuff away so I can just have some extra room here. Bear with me, folks. I'm just trying to kind of get myself some space. And then, alright, I need a dock cable router. And then the M3. Ooh. We need the M3 12BT and then the 8RT we had from previous steps. Okay. Let's go back real quick and figure out which ones those were from. Which steps those were from. M3 12BT. M3 8RT, those were from the top of the tool. These two. And then the 8BT were from, or the 12BT were from the top two of the panel. I think. Okay, I think that, okay, those are the same ones. M3 12BT. Those are CT. Those green ones on the bottom of that. Okay. So BT are two of those from the the front cover, and then I need the two that I removed from the tool, which are these two screws in here. So and then we need M3 N nut, M3 by 14. Yeah. All right. Oh shoot, what's going on here? Oh shoot. Hey chat, I need to take I have a phone call I have to take real quick. Give me like a few minutes. I'm gonna put the be right back screen on. Don't go anywhere. I apologize. I do have to take this phone call real quick, so don't go anywhere. Hang tight. I'll be right back in just a second. All right, thank you all for waiting. I do apologize again for that. Sorry about that, folks. I had a phone call I had to take there. It was work related, but anyway, let's go ahead and continue on with the build here. All right, so we need the dock cable router, parking tool, and the M3NS nut, which I believe is in my other box, which I'm gonna go grab. I probably need more space, but oh, I think it's all attached. That one's attached, but it has the parking tool attached to it. It's saying I need the... See, I don't think that's the right parking tool, though. Unless I just need my cable. Oh wait, maybe it's just the cable router I have. Maybe it's the one on my desk. Almost unsubscribed. Well, my deepest apologies, Bearded Printer. I would never keep you waiting. Take on from nozzle seal assembly bag. Okay. Parking tool. I don't know if we have. Hang on, I gotta look. Nozzle seal assembly should be in here. This might be the parking tool, actually. It's attached to the cable already. And then I need to find the nozzle seal bag. Which I don't seem to see. Unless it's in this other bag. No, that's not it. That's the spool holder. Am I missing where the nozzle seal assembly bag is? Huh. It says in this box, extruder multi nozzle seal assembly, spool holder, and Prusa extruder sock. Unless this, okay, so the seal assembly, unless it's already taken apart. This is the new tool. I have the new dock. I have the spool holder bag, the sock, and that's it. So unless it's already, so I got that. That's attached to this thing here. I'm wondering if I'm gonna need. Let's go to the next step here to see. So maybe we need the new XL dock. I'm a little confused, actually. Let's see. Because the actual parking tool is right here, at least on the tool head. I don't have a separate bag, though. That's the problem. I don't have a nozzle seal assembly bag. Unless it's in the other box. Let me double check that box again. I don't see it. Tool changer assembly. I'm just gonna go through all these bags real quick. Multi-tool accessory silicone band. Looks like that's calibration stuff. It might be in here. Yep, it's in this bag here. Okay. Crisis averted. And then this is just this is a dock here too. This might be the other thing we're looking for. So I think I just need to dig through some of these bags. I forgot that Prusa likes assemblies within assemblies. And then side filament accessories. And then there's also another nozzle in here. So brass. 0.4. So put everything back in this box for now, so I don't lose it. All right, we're taking our time here, folks. Don't worry. So I think we need this dock cable router. Yep. We don't necessarily need this right at the moment. We do need a couple screws from the leftover piece. All right, this makes more sense. That makes much more sense. We're gonna push the camera this way a little bit. There we go. The parking tool, which I believe is in the other bag. Yep. I do appreciate how they package all of the hardware, though. Really, really nicely done. It's even bubble wrapped, which is nice. I believe this is the parking tool. I don't need that at the moment. And then the M3NS nut. And take on from nozzle seal assembly bag, which is right here. And then the M3N nut, M3x14, one of those, which is in this bag. The M3MN nut. And then the screws we removed from the last section. All right. The M3x14, let me find it. M3x8 RT. M3x30. M314, got those. The M3MN, which is from the, that's from the bag. The other two, where does the M3NN nuts come from? Is the question. Okay, let's see. Unless those are from something previous. They might be. Okay. I gotta find this nut right here, and then we'll be good. Oh, they're in this other bag. Found them. Alright, I gotta stop losing stuff, folks. Okay. And then zip tie, and then a cable router. Okay, which we already got out. Okay, cool. All right, so let's go ahead, and we have those two from the We need 2 of these from this step here, from taking apart the cover, which I have here, and then those other 2 from the other dock we're going to need that we have over here to the side. So, all right, we can move forward. Sorry for the pace. I want to make sure I get everything before I start going at it with everything. All right, so let's work on that for, okay, the new dock assembly, inserting the nut. Insert the M3 NN. Oh, those are the NS. And that's from the seal assembly bag. Let me, I can't really go. I'll just shrink the camera just slightly. There we go. You guys can see it now. Cool. Alright, I gotta be careful because they're tiny. And we need, how many of those do we need? 1. The little squares. Perfect. And then take the new XL dock cable router, push the nut into the XL dock cable router using a 2.5 mil Allen key. Okay. And that is going in there. I'm guessing it goes in sideways because I can't go in anywhere else. The next step at this point is to insert the M3x14 in the middle hole of the parking tool as described in the picture. Insert the parking tool with the screw in the new XL dock cable router. Okay, so we're going to pretty much attach it to the nut. And I kind of see where this is going to go. Okay, I kind of see it. There's a hole down there, so the nut's probably going to slide in and like line up with that hole in there. So let's go ahead and put that in. Not sure why it says to use a 2.5 mil screw, but we're going to do this carefully. It's a tight fit, so we're going to have to like really equally push this in. I hate these tiny screws, folks, or these tiny nuts and bolts and stuff. Ooh, I don't need both of those. Both of them fell out. Alright. We hanging in there, folks? I think we're alright. I think we just gotta get this in. Trying to get it in, and I can try to push it in. It's kind of tricky. I'm gonna go back to this screen. I have to like somewhat push that in. I have a breakfast sandwich. I'm happy. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. You bet your sweet Bippy. Awesome. Good to hear it, guys. Thank you guys for being here. I know it's a holiday for many of us, or it's a holiday weekend for many of us. I get off of work today, so that's why we decided to stream today. But for those that are working today, thank you for being here and taking some time to do so. Why is this like so finicky? The nozzle seal does not fit. Old one has the hole for this nut on the other side. Showing the picture. Mine is already there. I mean, mine is not there. So, all right, we're gonna have to just really. I have to like press it. It's like a press fit, but it's so tiny I can't get good leverage on it. It doesn't fit like. This is where big hands, tiny hardware do not help. This is why, for those that wonder why I don't do a lot of printer builds, this is partially why. Because with some of these tiny hardware pieces, it makes it like super tricky to get some. Yeah, it's like not going to go in. Alright, there we go. Alright, we got it in. Just had to get leverage on it in the right spot. And you can kind of see. Let me see if I can push it in a little more. Alright, perfect. That lines up with the... There you go. It lines up with the hole on the bottom there. So you guys can kind of see that. Which is what we wanted there. Okay. This is why it's going to take me 6 hours to do this. Alright, let's get the tool head, the dock. We don't need this bag anymore from the nozzle seal assembly. I'm just going to throw it back in the box. Let's go ahead and move that out of the way. I'm going to need an M3 by 14, which are these. Yeah, I got it in with a little bit of brute force with the 2.5 mil key. It seems to fit now. I just need to get leverage on it. We got the screw here. Where's my dock? It's in the bubble wrap still. There we go. Don't need that anymore. It's trash. Alright, and then we need to screw that in to, looks like that side here. And it's going to be what looks to me like the second hole. So that goes in like that. Slides pretty easily in. Double check the screw. Is it there? Be. Yes. I'm kind of confused on that, but okay. Oh, wait, unless I... So it's that. So I flip that around. That, and that. Okay. And then insert the M3 by 14 into the middle hole of the parking tool as described in the picture. All right. Oh, I see how this is. Okay. So we got that in there. And then insert the parking tool and screw with the XL dock cable router. Okay. So then this is going to slide in like that. Okay. So it doesn't really, it just kind of sits in place there, and then I think that's what tightens into the machine. So now I just have to probably tighten, I probably have to bolt that down into the dock here. So holding that kind of in place, but it kind of sits there. The screw's there. It's just not really It's sitting there in spirit. Next step. And then we need the M3x12B T screw into the plastic cutout, which are the which was the screws from the other dock. So we gotta take those 2 screws out completely, which I thought I did. And then we just gotta tighten those in. So let me get my Torx screw. Just get these 2 out completely. Make sure these are the right ones. I think these are the right ones. Apologies for going back and forth so much. I just want to triple check that I make sure I did everything correctly. M3x12BT. Those are the 8. Oh, those are the 8RT. Okay. BT are from the cover attachment. Okay, so I need 2 of those. I should have labeled these as I go, but so BT. I need 2 of these screws here. 2 of the screws from the cover. And then those are going to, I'm assuming, connect the dock to the parking tool. Okay, that seems pretty straightforward. I'm gonna hold that together. Grab my Torx. And then one goes on the top and one goes on the bottom. Oop, almost dropped that. That would have been bad. It's not sticking on the Torx screw, but it's okay. It's not going in all the way. Unless it's just... Hang on a minute. I feel like I should be going all the way through. Because it should connect that together. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I think I went too far. Okay, that's where I need. That's what makes sense. I'm like, this makes no sense. Okay, so I need to put it in through there, which is going to be tricky for me. We'll be okay. It's gonna be tricky getting it into the hole here. I'm gonna hold this the other way. Ugh. I'm gonna open this up a little bit. I'm gonna help guide it in. There we go. Took it apart to kind of help guide it in. There we go. Now we're good. Now we're cooking with gas, folks. Just had to get it in there. That's all. Cool. That's tightened. That's all together. The screw's still there. Now we have to take M3 by 12B screw, BT. So we need the second screw, and that's going to go in this hole right here. So it looks like it says the screw has to be fully inserted in the XL dock cable router. Push the screw in the XL dock cable router, it torques. And then, oh boy. Okay, so this has to go in the bottom screw now. So, oh, I see. It's like a slanted path. That's interesting enough. So that kind of slides in. And then from the back, in theory, that's actually pretty, that's pretty neat how they did that. So it's like a little funnel that like directs it into that hole. And then I can go from the other hole here and screw this in. I just hope it's actually like attached to the screw. Okay, it is. I feel it tightening up. Okay, I was worried about. I was like wondering what that hole was for, but all right, that's good. Yeah, they definitely take advantage of the 3D of 3D printing parts, especially, and I've always been impressed with how they design some of their 3D printed parts too. For the backside of the XL dock cable router, locate 2 holes for the nuts, which we have back here. Insert 2 M3NN nuts into the holes, which I believe are these 2, or 2 of them here. The M3NN. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see. So it looks like that. Okay. Exactly. I like Nissan Plus is a very good thing to have when you're building something. Just gonna put the hardware over here. Let's not lose it. Excuse me. All right, we gotta insert those nuts into these holes here. You should press in, it looks like. Kind of. Oh, did I put these in the wrong way? I don't think I did. I'll have to press these down a little bit. They look flush. Don't want to break this either. They look flush in the picture, but I can't press them not much further down. We're gonna try though. Trying not to lose. I'm gonna do my pliers, maybe that'll help. They are not going in anymore. Hopefully they're in straight. Let's just see what we can do here. All right, prepare the cable support next to the XL dock. Slide the XL cable dock right through the cable. Okay. And then we need 2 M38RT screws, which I believe are from the old dock. Okay. Let me try pressing these down one more time. They're getting there a little bit. Little by little. I just don't want to break. These are printed parts, so I don't want to break them. Oh, I just popped it out. That's not good. I mean, they're not going in anymore. I'm just gonna... I think we're okay, but... They're both pretty level. Yeah, I think we're okay. They don't need to be flush? Okay, gotcha. That's good. It just looked like in the picture they were flush, so I wasn't sure. You know, I kind of have to take it to heart with how they do it, so... Because these look a little more flush. Although, maybe I put them in wrong. Oh, that's probably why I put them in backwards. The little rounded edge is up there. That might be part of the issue. Looks like the little rounded bevel is on the front side. So, let me try flipping those around. Hey, Tin Talon, welcome in. Hopefully it didn't just, I'm gonna flip them around, because I think I put them in the wrong way. Looks like the little rounded side is facing up. Okay. It helps if I get them in straight. That would help. Trying to get them in as far down as I can, get them straight as I can, because these ones, this now looks like it's not in, looks like it's in a little crooked. I don't want that to be happening. All right, I think we got him. I think we got him okay now. All right. Man, some of this stuff's killing me today. All right, I got to grab the cable holder, the cable support. From the front side of the XL dock cable router. I'm guessing it's from the old one, not the new. I could be wrong on that. Trash away, keep it clean. Okay, yeah, it says it tightens it down. Okay. Are we taking apart the old cable harness? It doesn't really specify that. Create cable support next to the XL dock cable router. The XL dock cable router. This one's already set up in the new tool. So I'm assuming it's from this one. At least that's what makes sense to me. Because the other one already has the docking, right? Unless I have a new cable harness somewhere. This one right here is, this one was from the original tool. I have this from the new assembly. Let me check. I have the new harness for the new tool. I assume I'm not touching that one. I don't have an additional harness though. Yeah, that's kind of confusing me too a little bit, RC, with the comments, mixing the old and the new. Because we don't have this currently. I just want to go back and check something. Yeah, it doesn't mention anything about the actual harness. So I'm wondering if we're taking the old harness, which we kind of did, and repurposing it. I mean, I think that's what my thought is that's what we would have to do. Pull out the PTV from the PTFE, which I did. Okay, we did all this. We just need those two other screws from the old dock, which we're going to take out. Because that's what's going to connect the new... that's what's going to connect the new harness to the new dock here. Alright, so I think we just got to take apart the wire harness here. I think we have to. I mean, in this case, we just have to take apart the PTFE from the dock, which is not terrible. And then there's two screws that attach onto the dock itself, which, I mean, that should be just two screws we gotta undo. That doesn't look too difficult, actually. Let's go ahead and use that. Just gotta check which ones these are. I think they're T10s. Just remember the correct right side of the harness. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, because it looks like, because we have the cable attached to this thing over here. That's why I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead in just a second and just see what else is done on this. Okay, so we're just basically reattaching everything. Okay. Yeah, I think we just have to take it apart from the old tool. or the original tool, because we're still using that tool. All right, let's go ahead and get this loosened up. I think we have to take the screws out completely. So an extra step that we don't necessarily see here. Don't want to strip these screws either, that'd be bad. So I don't think I have Torx hardware lying around here. The one that isn't attached to the tool head. I mean, right now I don't have a harness that's not attached to the tool head, other than this one, which already has the dock and everything on it attached. So the other side of the harness, I mean, this is what the one with the tool attached. Am I getting, I mean, if I'm getting ahead of myself, the problem is I don't have an additional harness that's just by itself. That's the thing. It's, prepare the cable support next to the XL dock cable router. I mean, wait a minute. Oh. I think I'm on the wrong... Okay, I see what I'm messing up on. I think I just didn't see it here. I think I goofed. Ah, I did goof. Okay, I gotta re-screw those back in. I made a I yeeted too quickly. I didn't realize there was that little plastic end on this side of this. I didn't see that. So, okay. I see where my confusion's there, but we're gonna call that user error. That's not on Prusa. That's on me. I see where I was looking at the wrong side. And I thought you meant like flipping this around completely, but I didn't mean the other. I didn't realize you meant the other end. So that's on me. Thank you for kind of clarifying that, RC. I do appreciate that. I know we will have to take this apart at some point, like you just mentioned. So, I mean, it doesn't really do much now to tighten this back up. So I'm just gonna loosely tighten this back up. Hang on, folks. I gotta redo this. It came undone by my own doing. I gotta loosen this back up and then reattach it. Yeah, it's the small side with the two tiny little holes here, not the side with the holes big enough for the screws to lock into the front. I goofed. It's all part of the building process, is me goofing a little bit. Alright, I should be able to get this back on. You just kind of slide over and lock in. Bear with me one moment, folks. I'm not going to tighten this completely. I'm just going to kind of get it back secure enough. Because like RC said, we're probably going to have to take this apart anyway. Alright, that's in place. The PTFE is kind of back in place. Okay, so I need to work on this side. Here, this is the side that I need to attach the new dock tool. That needs to attach the new dock. And then those screws that we need go into there. Which makes sense. Because the dock's going to be on the end of the harness because the tool is going to be sitting in the back. So like when it's not being used, it's just going to sit in the back there. So this needs to assemble onto here. You guys can't see it. This needs to assemble onto there with those two screws. I don't have a bear with me. Yeah, I know the connection on my end has been, I think it's okay for the most part, but if it's bad, I apologize. Let me just double check something real quick. I think we're okay. Yeah. I think we're okay on my end, but apologies in advance if we're not. Okay. So now I need those two screws from the cover, which I had. Somewhere. Hopefully they're still over here. I had 4 over here on the cover, now I only have 2. So I'm not sure. Did I already take them? Or are these it right here? Nope, those are flathead, these are not. Okay. Alright, well. Let's go ahead and I gotta find those other 2 screws because I don't know where they went. I'm gonna clean my fan off though with all the debris that's in the fan. Are they underneath the cover? They're around here somewhere, I know they are. Great. Checking under my keyboard, it could have rolled. Well, I do have. Well, I don't have torque ones. Did I use them somewhere else? That's the old head. I don't think we need this much anymore for now. I'll keep that. Alright, let's get these 2 screws. I gotta find the other two because that's gonna connect back to the cover. Seriously wonder where they went. They're on my desk somewhere. I know that. Okay. No, these aren't the same ones. These are, these were from... Oh, actually, you know what? They might... It told me to use the M3x8 RT, which, I remember using from... here. Well, these might be it. Oh, wait, did I not take the screws out of the other one yet? No, wait, did I? I did. Those might be it. Kind of confused because those other ones also had M3x8 RT. But I think those are the ones we need. I was referring to the ones in the cover. So if I go back far enough... These. Oh, those are M312BTs. Okay. Never mind. You were right. Those were the two screws we need. Okay. But I had 4 screws with the cover, and now I only have 2 of them. So I do need to find those other 2 screws somewhere. They didn't go far. They're not on my... I don't think they're on the floor. I think they're somewhere on my desk. I had 4 screws with the cover, and now I only have 2. And I'm not sure where the other 2 went. So hopefully once I clean some stuff up around here, we'll find those. All right, let's go ahead and get this installed. I've been wasting a lot of time on technicalities today, so let's try to get things pushed. Let's keep moving forward. Let's see. We need those screws. We're gonna line them up and get them in. Using the wrong screwdriver. We're getting there, folks, just very slowly. Got to... It's hard to hold this up to the camera and screw this in. So bear with me. There's also magnets in this thing that make it a little tricky. go. Might have to use the other end here just to get it tightened. The screw's almost too long to get in there without hitting the back of the dock. I don't think they're too long. I think just the actual wrench is a little long because of the dock here. So it's a little, just a tiny bit tricky to get that in. It's not too bad. Just gotta tighten these up a little bit. There we go. Just need to find the right angle to do it, and we're good to go. There we go. I'll do a quick tighten on the other one. We're good to go. Almost there, folks. Sorry about the wait. I did give myself ample time to do this today. All right. These are in. And they're in the nut, so that's good. I still need to find those two screws with the cover, but we'll do that here in a moment. You know what? Actually, thinking about no, I don't think those are in there. They were in the heart of the cover, and I was playing with them for a split second, and then I did something with them. I don't know what. All right. I'll figure those out as we need them. All right, let's move on. Push the PTFE through the guide. So we want it to look like that. Question is, how far down do we need it to go? I'm gonna guess until it's no longer. Providing, I'm guessing until it's pretty close to like being straightened out. Just gonna push that through. All right, we're almost there. There we go. All right, and then we actually need to I need to actually feed this the opposite direction because it's going to clip underneath. So I'm going to pull it out real quick. And feed it underneath. I will agree with Prusa here. Definitely give yourself much more desk space than what I'm currently using, because it is not quite. I definitely need more. All right, now let's go ahead and run this through. We're gonna bend this way. More. We'll just snap that back in, and we're good to go. We'll give it a little bit of slack there. There we go. All right. All right, I think we're good to go there. Hey, Tulsa Skin, welcome in. Good to see you. May have a power nap, but no, I'm here in spirit and lurk. No worries, Pez Liz. I am going to be here a little bit. I knew this going in, that it's going to take some time, so definitely enjoy your afternoon. Have a good nap. If we're still here later, come by later. We'll hopefully be printing later. But thank you so much. I appreciate you keeping the stream on. It definitely helps. If you guys are not subscribed to the channel, that definitely doesn't hurt to subscribe. And if you guys are enjoying this so far, go hit the like button on the stream. It helps promote the channel a little bit more. Helps the channel grow a little bit. So thank you guys. Appreciate that. All right. Next step. This step's gonna be a little bit of a doozy. We need zip ties and the nozzle seal. And a spring. Before I do anything else, I'm moving this stuff out of the way. I'm gonna clear some space because I definitely need some more. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. I'm gonna take a quick hydration break as well. I'm gonna clear off some space on my desk for the moment. All these screws on the side here, which you guys can't see, they're for other projects. That's trash. I will find those other screws. They're here somewhere. Guess what we need next? Alright, so we still need a dock here, so we'll keep that around. We need zip ties. Okay. Yeah, so RC, you were right. I was getting ahead of myself of the front side of the assembly of the extruder, the next extruder. So I need to get those parts mentioned here. Zip ties and nozzle seal, which I do have in my bag. We'll use their zip ties since they're already here. I do have a bunch of zip ties, but to keep things on track, we'll use theirs. Hey dudes, welcome in. Great to see you. Hope you're well. We are chugging our way along. This is it's been a slow process, I'm not gonna lie. But we are working on we're basically upgrading the old tool and we're getting it ready. We're adding the docking attachments, and I think we're adding a nozzle seal now of our current tool. So which bag was this? Nope. Nozzle seal assembly. So we need one nozzle seal, which is this guy right here. This little guy. It's not red, but it's gray. And then we need one of the screws and a spring. One spring and the screw. Put the other screw back in. We'll hang on to that over here just in case we need it later. Been gone too long. I mean, we haven't had a YouTube live stream in forever, but it's great to see you again, dudes. Absolutely, we are on the Twitch side of things. We're full steam ahead on the gingerbread holiday display for this year, and I just started getting parts printed before we took apart the XL. So we're in the printing process. There's a couple more little tweaks of the design I want to do. But we're getting closer to that step now where we can start looking into adding the lights, and I have to finish up the audio track. I might do that this weekend. But yeah, we're getting closer to that, and that model, that whole display, should be getting released as well, probably in the next week or two. So excited about that project. It's gonna be awesome. It's coming along really nicely too, and it's much larger than last year, so I'll leave it at that. All right, the cutouts in the XL dock cable router. Insert the cable bundle into the cutout. Okay, which I see that. We're gonna flip you around. And it looks like we're going to zip tie this in. Which would make sense. All right. Yes, it is basically 2.5 times larger of a display than last year's. So if you remember last year's display, the overall envelope of the display was 350 by 350. That's only one of 5 parts to this year's display. That's one of the bigger parts. But there's also additional attachment, base pieces off the side of it. So there is, I don't have the model up right now because I'm trying to save some memory on my computer with Fusion not on. I'll send you a picture in Discord what we got going on, because it is It's big. All right, let's get some zip ties. Because I literally dropped zip ties on the ground. All right. Let's flip. Get some zip ties in place. Move the camera back here a little bit so you guys can see it. I will get these kind of in place, and then I'll cut them down, and I'll tighten them down, and then I'll cut them down. Let me get the other one kind of in place first. Okay. Both of those are in place. Tighten them down a little more. Nothing crazy, but they're attached. Let's go ahead and cut these. Leave a little bit of there in case we need it after the fact. Alright, now we need the nozzle seal. Locate the hole for the nozzle seal, which we do have. I think this is also a printed part too. You can kind of see it. It is the tip of this is a printed part, which is pretty neat. And then this is like a kind of like a, it has like, it's, I think it's a little metal tab that has like a rubber coating on it, which is pretty neat. Insert the nozzle seal with the spring into the hole. Okay. And then we need a screw to seal it. Okay. We need a... Oh, we need that one screw we just pulled out. Cool. So that's going to go up like this. Excuse me. So that's going to go in like that. That's going to go in like that. The springs are going underneath. I guess the question is, where does the spring? Slide the spring over the screw. Okay. Doesn't really want to slide over, but there we go. Okay. Back to step 16. Or I guess, yeah, 16. Okay. So the screw needs to go all the way down. The screw's kind of tight, so I'm gonna wiggle it down. There we go. And then this goes through the nozzle seal. And this goes like, the cable harness is like getting onto me. It's like so large that's, I have to hold this in a certain direction. There we go. Sorry, the cable harness is like just wanting to move. Okay. I think that's how it just, I think it just screws in. and then we need a 2.5 mil key. I think I put the screw in the wrong spot. I think it's supposed to go in underneath. So I gotta put the screw in. I think I have to put the screw through the... I have to put the screw through the nozzle seal first. And then put the screw on. I think that's how we do it, because it doesn't look like the screw is... That would make sense. The screw should be underneath that. Just finished a Core 1 build yesterday. Great build, but dang, I underestimated how fast it would be. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's for sure. I know Prusa builds are always fairly lengthy in my opinion, but they're well detailed, so that always usually makes it easy. But yeah, I mean, I've been eyeing up the Core 1L as of late. That printer looks pretty impressive from what I've seen. The spring in the hole. Okay. Gotta get this up. I have to like hold it upright to get this thing like... There we go. I'm gonna stand it up carefully. Alright. Screw this down. Carefully. I gotta figure out which way. Do I have this on the right way? Don't think I do. I think I had it on backwards. Because that part's different too. Actually, no, I did have it on the right way. Based off of the picture, that's the way I should hold this. Oh no, you got a Core 1 upgrade right as the L came out. Ooh, that's rough. Yeah, that's bad timing. Yeah, I think I had it in the wrong way. All right, let's try this again. Actually, I think the spring does go on beforehand. Because I think the spring would go on the blank spot. All right, let's go ahead and that makes more sense. Okay. This is the tensioner for the And then this said, do not, a few turns are enough for now. Okay. One, two. It's not very, it's still loose. It's hard to hold this thing up. I don't feel like it's tightening at all. Do I not have the right screw on that? There we go. Okay. I mean, no, it's not even. Okay, I feel it trying to go down. It's not. Yeah, that's not even. It's not tightening down. Which, not sure why. So if Dues buys a Prusa, they will announce something better shortly after. I'll have to make a note of that. I will have to make a note of that for next time, for next year's announcements. I just gotta get some tension on this, I think. Okay. It's not going in, and I don't know why. Unless I have the screw on the wrong side. It's not even going down into the nut. Let's see. It's hard because there's no picture of the spring. Yeah, but it's not even. It should be flush with. I think I gotta put it in the wrong. I think I gotta put the spring underneath. It makes sense because that nut's not even close to the surface of the other one. So let me pull this out. We're learning as we go, folks. I know I'm not a master printer builder. So I am very much a I like to take my time with this, so I like to take my time with things and make sure I do them right. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay. Let's try this again. It's not going down anymore, but it should slide in. Unless I just have to push the spring down and give it a ton of tension. Let's take the screw out. It's supposed to connect underneath. Yeah, I would think that if they made the Core 1L a kit RC, I would think that it would be troublesome with the AC bed. I feel like a lot of people would have. I think they would worry about people not installing the bed correctly, and because it's AC, it's a little more high risk electrically. So maybe that's probably why they haven't, or probably aren't planning on doing a kit. At least that's my guess. This part's not going all the way down. Maybe it will when I start screwing the screw down in. It's still... I feel like it needs to be flush. I'm not sure. They don't show the picture of like the spring. They tell you to put the spring on the screw. Like here, it's not flush. It also doesn't look super flush here either. I mean, it looks... That's as far as I can go down onto it, like without it, No, I have the screw tightened in there somewhat. It says not to over tighten. I wonder if that's just... I wonder if we'll calibrate that later on. I mean, it's secured to a point. If I really push down on this, I could get it down in. I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to overkill that, though. Unless it's the next step, we'll adjust. It says that we'll adjust that, I think, later on. Maybe I just need to throw the spring in the hole. I'm confused. Yeah, 3 Megvins if you want to, please. Because I just want to make sure I put the screw in the right spot, because the way this is set up, my picture's a little bit different than theirs. Ooh, move my camera up a little bit. So mine's a little bit different than their picture, and it doesn't show the spring. It says put the spring over the screw in this step, But if I put it in too far, it doesn't make contact. If I put it on before I put the screw through the hole here, it doesn't make contact with the other side. If I put it in underneath, after I put the screw through the part, the seal, the nozzle seal, it lets me push it down in. It like takes some force to get the spring because it's spring tension, to get it down in there and kind of secure it. I think that's the way they wanted us to do it. I just don't know how far down this is supposed to go at the moment. Right now they're saying just a couple turns to secure it, so maybe I just have to get it attached and move on. I'm not sure. I just want to make sure I'm not... if I leave it too loose, I don't want to go back and fix some steps later. Yeah, I'm looking through the comments here, and it's... there's not much about like what to actually do. Everyone's just confused about this, where the spring's at. Let me just... I'm gonna go ahead and see what happens here. That's the next step, is the disassembly of the front end. That's that. That's that. Okay. And then we're doing a new heat sink. So it doesn't actually do much more at that point until we get in, probably into calibration. I just want to make sure I'm doing it right. That's all. So maybe here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to push it down a little bit. I'm going to push it down a little bit and then just screw it in a little bit. It is secure, so I'm going to leave it be for now. If I really need to press on the spring to get it further in, because right now it's this is how far it sticks out, and I feel like it needs to go down. When I didn't have the spring on there, it went down pretty far. But if it's going to get adjusted anyway during calibration, then I'll move on. I don't want to waste too much more time on this part, because there's still probably tons of stuff I got to do. I mean, we're already 3 hours in, and I feel like we barely scratched the surface on what we need to do. I'm gonna keep going. Well, we can come back to that, because it looks like it's a separate... It looks like there's nothing really else that does much with that right now. So I'm gonna continue on. We're gonna carry on. I still have to find those two screws at some point that are probably around here somewhere. Oh, they actually might be over here. I think I found them. Well, nope, those are not the screws. Okay, never mind. They're over here somewhere. I know for a fact they are. Okay, let's go ahead and let's see. Torx T10. We need to now take this. Take out the PTFE tube and that plastic cover, or this plastic. Is it a Torx? Yeah, it is a Torx. One screw holds the flap and the other adjusts the level of the flap. Yeah, I think that's what this is do, because I think the screw that I just tightened down adjusts the height of the seal. So I think we're okay for now. If we have to make an adjustment to it, I think we'll come back to it. But I think they just want us to get it secured, and I did do that. It's not really, it's moving down. It can move down if you press on the part because of the spring. But I think the screw itself is attached to it, to the dock. So I think we're okay. Let's go ahead and get this undone. All right, we're 3 hours in, folks. We're getting there little by little. I shouldn't have to. Yeah, I shouldn't have to take those out completely. There we go. That's out and that's out. The PTFE's out as well. And then press the secure pin and remove the next extruder cable. That is this right here. That's that. And now we're going to be working on the actual next extruder here. So we're going to move this just out of the way. Again, trying to clear up some space, but I think we're getting there, folks. That's a good point. I should just look at the completed unit for comparison. That's a good idea. Okay, that one sticks up quite a bit too. All right. Then I am good for now. I mean, we might have to adjust it later on, but that makes me feel better. Awesome. I don't know why I didn't think of that sooner. Thank you, RC. Appreciate that. You guys have been a huge help today. Thank you guys for hanging out and being here. All right. Screws, we got to take apart the heat. Looks like we got to disassemble some parts on this, which I believe is the case. I do remember seeing these. I did some work on a friend of mine's Toolheads a couple months ago, and got familiar with this as well. So, so those two screws. Make sure I have the right. Wrench, I do. Or Allen key. And we're going to save these screws. Okay. And then the other side, we need to use a 2.5 mil key. There we go. And these two screws. So you guys can see what I'm doing. Try to speed things up a little bit here. I know I'm taking a good chunk of time. We're already 3 hours into the stream. I was only anticipating this stream to go like 5 hours today. 6 hours, so we'll see where we get at the end of it. You know, when we get later into the day. There's a chance we might have to do a part 2 at some point, but we'll wait and see. All right, we gotta pull this off. Try to keep the fan on. Not let the fan get loose. Got the body here. The heatsink fan is still connected. Be gentle with the cables. Good to know. 2.5 mil key. Remove the M3 by 10 screw from the lower hole. Oh, so I gotta move the fan. Okay. Oh god, that fan's dirty. Clean your fans, kids. I should do that. This silicone sock's also been put to a ton of use. Alright. Okay, so we need my M2.5. Leave the hole empty. Put the heatsink fan back on into place. Okay, so we just got to unscrew this. Okay. Clean the fan up a little bit. Okay. And then we need two M3 by 20 RT screws back in the fan holes. With the T. And those are the two we just took out, right? Yes, those are the two we just took out. So I think we put on a new fan shroud for this tool, for the Toolhead, with the multi-tool Toolhead. I think it has a little bit different fan shroud. And so we took that out. That's back on, and then I'm assuming there's a new piece we have to put back on. Okay, so let's go ahead and get those screws back on with our Torx. Wait, what? I put the wrong one in, I think. Yep. I think it's these two little ones. I'll say those other ones are a little too tall, I think. I need to get a label maker and label these like hardware as I'm taking things apart. I think that's one thing they could, you know, I think it's one thing you, as something if you're working on a print build, something to always remember. Because right now, I think the biggest thing for me is just getting confused on the different hardware. Okay. So tighten these up a good amount. Don't want to overkill. Okay. Good there. And then I'm gonna hold it up, prevent nozzle falling out of the heat sink after loosening the grub screw. Okay. So the grub screw is okay. Now I gotta flip it around. That grub screw right there. Gotta loosen up and make sure this doesn't fall out. T8, which is the smaller one. I think. That one. Relocate the grub screw from the upper hole to the lower hole. Okay. Tighten the screw gently. Okay. So let's go ahead. Carefully. Carefully loosen this up. Huh, that's strange. Maybe I'm using the wrong one. Yeah, that's probably why. Using the wrong one. Okay. Okay, that's good. Upper, the grub screw's been moved to, from the upper hole to the lower hole. Tightened very, very carefully. I don't want to over tighten this, and I don't want to put a bunch of force on it because it does keep the nozzle in place. I don't want to damage the nozzle. Hurt my finger a little bit. Alright, for the following steps, meaning neck extruder assembly parts preparation. We still have these 3 screws here. We need the tool changer, the tool changer cable, which I did have, I think, in my bag. Tool changer. Was having that problem with the C1 too. Just the printables, and saw some folks had made organizer trays that I could have printed. Oh wow, yeah, I probably should have looked into that too before doing this. I'll definitely learn from next time. Got the tool changer here. So we got the cable. The fan shield, which I think is this printed piece. Yep. And then one of those M3x30 screws we took out. Which we already have. M3 8RT. Wait a second. I used the wrong screws on the fan. I think I used the wrong screws on the fan. Because on the other fan it has. Wait, let me see. Oh no, I didn't. I did not. I lied. Thought I did. I'm second guessing myself, folks, at this point. So the M3x30, which are right here. We have 2 of these. You have M3 by 8 RT here. M3 by 8 BT here. Okay. Oh, that's helpful. There we go. Doesn't help when I can't see the picture. Alright, so we gotta connect the cable with the tool changer. So this is gonna go in like this. Pretty simple. Right? Hard to mess that up. Insert two M3 by 8 BT screws. Prusa is also really good at giving you spare parts, so these are tiny screws, so I'm going to try to not to lose these. I already lost 2 other screws today, still. I don't want to lose more. Alright, insert the 2 screws into the holes in the fan shield. Locate the tools on the screws on the bottom side of the tool changer. And then attach the fan shield and secure both screws using the Torx T10. Okay. So those 2. And then we need... Looks like that's how we're going to do this. Like this. Seems straightforward. Throw those on. Ooh, might get that on. Okay. Then we need our T10. We'll get one in, and we'll get the other one settled in. Tighten these down. All right, that looks right. Let's keep going. Ooh. What was the comment there? Okay. That's actually a good point. I didn't realize that. Initially, I thought the screws we used last time were part of that, but I guess not. So, anyway. All right. Now we need to... First picture shows it looks between the heatsink fan and the heat sink. Second picture shows a different angle. Locate the space between 2 M3 and S spacers, long silver M3 nuts. Insert the tool changer through the tool. The 2 nuts in the back of the extruder. Okay. I see the 2 nuts. I think those go through the back here. Oh, I see how this looks. Okay, so I gotta slide that cable in between those 2 nuts, where there's a bunch of cables already there. Great. All right, let's go ahead and do that. And we're just gonna carefully the head of the other screws do kind of help it.
trying to get the head of that through without screwing up too many of the other cables. It's like precision. It's like surgery on this thing. There we go. Just got to get it enough in there. It's through the two nuts. And we're just going to carefully slide it through. Excuse me. Take a sip of water here and coffee. Alright, simple enough. Maybe next. Oh, skip it. Okay. Tool changer securing. Alright, now we get to secure it. Let's see. Tool changer cable does not have to be pinched anywhere. Attach the tool changer to the extruder. Secure the tool changer with two M3x8 RTs, which I believe we have over here. M3x8 RTs. From the extruder's heatsink fan side, insert the M3x30s. Alright, so we gotta secure those two on the side. So we gotta flip this around actually. We're gonna flip it this way. And I'm assuming it goes on right where I see there's a little cutout. Like that. And those two screws go right there. So you've got to be careful with the wiring a little bit, but that seems pretty self-forward or self-explanatory. All right, need two M3x8 RT screws. M3x8 RT. Two more tiny screws. I'm guessing there's a couple more in here that we need at some point in the build. So we'll keep them in the bag and not lose them. And we need a T10. Cool. Hey, TechnoSide, welcome in. Good to see you. We are slowly making our way through this. We're basically taking our old tool on the XL and converting it into a into the multi-tool tool changer tool. So that's what we're currently doing right now. We're just getting some hardware in. We've been here for 3 hours. It's gone a little slow, but it's going. So far, we haven't been completely stopped in our tracks yet. A couple questions here and there, but nothing I can't handle. But hope you're having a good one. Hope you have been doing well. Let's get those in. And then let's go ahead and just tighten those. I apologize, my hands are kind of in the way. I don't want to over tighten these, so. Alright. And then from the next heatsink fan side, which I gotta flip back around, so that's secured now. So we now have our old tool is now turning into a tool changer, guys. On this side now, we gotta add the M3x30 into the hole. and tighten it using the 2.5 Allen key. So that's not too bad. Simple enough. Does it want to go through? There we go. I think it was just slightly off-centered. Once we kind of get it working, it should be a little easier to get through. Not too bad. Don't want to go through though. It's a long screw, so it does have some room to go. It is going down through. I assume this goes all the way down through. Put it towards the camera so you guys can actually see it. There we go. There we go. We're starting to tighten it up. There we go. Look at that. Our tool head is now almost a tool changer tool head. Sweet. Now what do we got? Open the plastic cover by pulling out the bottom corner. Okay. Done this X amount of times. Easy peasy. Alright. Connect the tool changer cable to the designated connector. Right. So we currently don't have it connected to anything, and it looks like it just needs to connect to that one on the end. Pretty darn simple. This is also where I could potentially add a new nozzle, or do hot end repair. I'm not doing any of that to this tool. Like I mentioned, this original tool that on my XL had a, it has a V6 tungsten carbide nozzle. It also has the V6 adapter, so it's been able to run everything. It's also a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. I've been able to run pretty much every material through it. Anything hardened, glow-in-the-dark stuff. I'm keeping it on this tool. On the new tool, I do have a new nozzle that we're going to try to run at some point. This Fadis silicon carbide nozzle. This is a 0.4 silicon carbide nozzle. We'll probably put that on a new tool at some point. Maybe not today, but in the future we will. All right, now we got to close this up. I think that's all we have to do is close it up. The cables aren't pinched, so that's good. And we get a gummy bear break. Look at that. It was a while since we had a gummy bear break, guys, but we do have gummy bears with the build. Oh man, it's been a long one. I'm not gonna eat too many of them though, because I'm just gonna eat a few so we can keep going. Cheers. They're good gummy bears though. Not gonna lie. Definitely good when you get to the gummy bear section. That means you knocked out something. I mean, at this point, it looks like we got the tool head pretty much converted. I'm thinking we're going to have to reassemble it to the harness and then start working on getting things installed back on the printer. So, the box that came in huge. Not really. This size. Not. There's a couple boxes inside the box here, but not too bad. I'll give you the fun side. But it had two of these size boxes. Two little boxes like this. And then a couple other little things, but no, not too much. Not the packaging is not too bad. All right, take a sip of water here, and then we'll keep going. Chat, thank you guys for being here. At 3.5 hours in, I think we still have some stuff to do. I don't think we're anywhere near done or close to done, so let's keep moving. I do appreciate you all being here. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, please go do so. It helps promote the stream. It helps grow the channel a little bit. It helps promote the stream and channel, I guess I should say. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Even if you guys can't stay too long more, I know it's been a long stream. Definitely keep it up on your tabs. Helps the analytics a little bit. So always appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. We do also have YouTube memberships over here, kind of like Twitch subs. For those that are familiar with the Twitch side of things, I haven't really been promoting the YouTube stuff as of late, but I'm trying to get back into YouTube content in the next year. So I think the memberships are a little bit cheaper over here too, and other ways just to help support the channel. It's always appreciated. But you guys just being here right now is awesome. So thank you guys. Thank you. And again, just a reminder, big thanks to Prusa. Sorry, I keep saying Prusa. It's Prusa. Thank you to Prusa again for helping sponsor this kit. It's been a decent build so far, so it hasn't been too difficult, and it's coming along. I'm looking forward to getting this printer up as a tool changer here soon. So, all right, let's go on tool changer assembly. Let's do it. So we got both of these things assembled with the new parts. Looks like we now need just a torque screw. Looks like we're going to be going back to the printer side of things, so I'll probably move the camera back over to the printer here shortly. The box for the XL itself is massive. It was pretty massive. I felt bad for the delivery drivers that day when I was down in Florida. They actually delivered it to my mailbox. I had to drive up to the mailbox, put it in my trunk, and then haul it up a second story. That was not fun, but the upgrade kit box is not too big. Looks like we're going back into the printer. Let's see. Preparing the X carriage. Okay. I do have the front side of the printer next to me here, so it'll be easy for us to move the camera around. Move the X assembly all the way down to the front side and to the center of the X axis. Okay. So I have the box. Well, I don't have a box over there. I probably should put a box on there to help. Just make sure I'm not missing anything else. Actually, this is probably a good time to maybe try to find those screws from the cover, because those are going to be pretty crucial here coming up, I have a feeling. So let me go ahead and I'm just gonna move some stuff around here. I'm just gonna put this over here. Just gonna clear up some space. This is the hardware from the other tool. Just gonna throw that over here. I'm gonna move the cable harness here just for a second. I had those two screws. I literally don't know what happened to them. That's from the old stuff. Unless they rolled over here somehow. I'm just gonna look for them here. These, what they look like. Those look very familiar. They might be hiding under some things. They're here somewhere. I know that for a fact. Because we had 4 of those. Unless they are... They might have rolled away. Did I put them in a bag somewhere is my next question. Oh, I might have... Did I throw them in here? No, I didn't open this bag yet at all. These look like the same ones as the ones from the cover. And then throw them in the nozzle seal assembly bag. All right, well, I'm lifting up my mat just so I can see. What the heck is this? Where are these from? They're like little foam pads for something. I don't know. I do like that. I need to fix something on the XLs. Usually remove the tool entirely, work on a more convenient location. Yeah, I do remember when I was working on my friend's tool heads, they're pretty easy to take apart and detach from the printer. So that's really helpful. That's really convenient. Move that to the center. We'll get that ready to go. I don't think we need this yet. I'm just worried that we're gonna need it soon, and I'm gonna need 2 more screws that I don't have for some reason. Because they were all right here. And unless I move them somewhere in a bag, or I don't think I moved them anywhere. We'll check our other bags as we go. But let's continue going forward. I don't want to waste time looking for screws when I don't necessarily need them at this moment. We do need some other parts though, so let's pull out our box. The upper lock and the lower lock, which I believe are in here. Yep. And then the spring, push pins, which we have in here as well, M3x12, BT screws, the 4 I removed from the previous chapter. Okay, I have 3 of them. Oh, 4. And an X carriage cover. Of course I need it now. As I say, I didn't need those screws. It's like, well, surprise, you do need them now. So let's get those out. We'll just make sure this is all that. That's a nozzle. That's that. That's that. That's that. Okay. There's actually not as many parts in here anymore as I thought. So I think we're making progress. Just gotta. Now I gotta find those screws. Am I going to finish this build today? That's a great question. My intent was to. We'll see how things go. I don't want to be streaming literally all day. We started at 11 a.m. I don't necessarily want to be streaming until 10 o'clock at night. My guess is I'm going to try to go for like another 2 or 3 hours, and if we're still not done, I might turn this into a part 2 stream. Because I wasn't expecting this to take all day, but at the same time, I don't know if I needed to make this a 2-part thing. So we'll find out here soon. I am going to continue working on it for the foreseeable future today, but we'll wait and see here. I'll make that call once we get closer, once we get further along time-wise. I am going to keep these separated, lower lock and upper lock, just so I don't get them confused. They do look similar. And then push pins, we do need 4 of the 5. So I'm guessing they give you a spare. Springs, the 3x9 springs, which are these right here, which we have 5 of, and we need 4. And then we have M3x12 CT, which those aren't the ones we need. These look like the ones we need. These are the ones we have. So I should have found those other 2. Probably need those other 2, unfortunately. I have no idea where they went. They were literally on my desk. And they were in they were in the tray. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I just found this on the floor. Check the floor real quick. I don't think they were on the floor. But let's potentially surprise myself here. I don't see them on the floor. So they're on my desk somewhere. Where on said desk is a great question. Do not do what I'm doing, kids, because this is not the way you're supposed to do stuff like this. That's that. Just gonna throw my hardware in the corner here. M3x12 CT. These are other ones we don't need at the moment. These are screws from my old printer build on the corner here. I'll divide those up so I don't need those technically. I am befuddled where the heck I put those screws at. I don't know. I really don't know where I put those. I'm in a lost for words right now because that's not it. This came from these 2 screws, maybe? No, the X carriage. I had 4 of them. I know for a fact I had 4 of these. I'm just gonna check my pockets. I don't know what. I'm checking everywhere at this point. I literally put them in the little tray. I put them in the cover so I wouldn't lose them. And then I wonder if I misplaced. I put them in a different bag. That's what I'm looking at some of these hardware bags. So I remember I took them out, and then I took... Because I think that's where I misplaced them, is when I was taking them out to do something, and then I didn't need those screws. So let me check again. That's the nozzle seal assembly. That looks like backup parts. 8 M3 by 8 RT. I'll go through my other bag as well. This is empty. I'll go through the other stuff as well in my bag. In the event that I put them back in a different bag. No, those are M3 by 12 CT. This bag's empty. M3 by 12 CT, more of those. Calibration stuff. Zip ties. Sensor, filament sensor accessories. Nozzle. Okay. Check the other bag real quick, or check the other box. I don't think we had it there. Okay. Yeah, they're not back here. I didn't think they were. Well, they're going to turn up somewhere. They're going to turn up somewhere around here. They're hiding around here at one point. They might be under my other... they might be under my other mat. Let me just check real quick. Just gotta check everywhere at this point, folks. My desk isn't even that super messy. It's just, that's weird. I don't know why I can't find them. That's really gonna irritate me if I can't find these and can't finish the build. All right. Well, I just want to, before I go too far, I just want to see what we're going to be dealing with here. It looks like we're going to get this, the locking mechanisms attached and installed. Okay, it looks like push pin, springs. Okay, that doesn't look too difficult. I think once we find the screws, I think all we gotta do is attach these to the front piece here on the printer. Like you guys see it here. And then we'll be able to install it. And then put the cover back on. Yeah, and then there's more gummy bears, so... At that point, all we have left to do is attach the tool heads back onto the printer. So, I mean, I don't think we have much more on the build side of things. I don't know what this wants me to do here. Okay, there's a video on that. And then it looks like we just have to reconnect the cables in the back. Okay, so we don't have that much left to do with the build. And then get the spool holder installed. Okay. I think we're too far in to stop now. I don't want to stop. At the same time, I gotta find those screws because it's gonna kill me. Let's get back to this. So here's the thing. We can probably do this step before we... Because the screws aren't needed until you put the upper dock and the lower dock back on. So we can at least get this done here. In the meantime. We have 2 of the screws. Just not 4 of them. I really don't know what happened to them. I thought I had them right here. And they got up and yeeted themselves out the door. So... alright, let's go ahead and get these parts. We'll find those screws at some point. We're gonna find them in the most we're gonna find them in the most surprising place. You watch. So one of these is upper, one of them's lower. Okay, so we got that. That's the lower one. Then we got the upper one here. So I mean, it looks like they're the same. Okay, this one's up here. I'm gonna reorient them in the same configuration just so I can not mess this up. All right, so we need push pins into the holes in the metal parts, and then a spring. So the spring must be sticking out. Okay. That seems fairly easy enough. So let's go ahead and get those. We got 4 of these push pins. These are also super tiny. So I don't want to lose these either. Put one back. Zip you up. And the springs. These 3x9 springs. How many do we need? 4? There's 5. We need 4 of them. 2. These are the tiniest screws I have... Or, I'm sorry, these are the tiniest springs I have ever freaking seen, folks. I've never seen a spring this freaking tiny before. Like, look at this thing. That is super tiny. Alright, let's get the push pins in. Let's start with the top one. Shouldn't be too difficult. The spring will help push that down. There we go. And then we need a spring in each, and they should be sticking up. Okay, that's one. And two. Sticking up, that's good. Put that one aside, and let's do the second one. Ooh, don't want to yeet these, because these are tiny. These little plastic push pins are super tiny. Hey, Bearded Printer, welcome back. Did I just lose that? Oh no, it went in. Neat. Speaking of neat, Bearded Printer's back. Yeah, we're making good progress. Other than losing 2 screws that are pretty crucial to this, like I think they yeeted off my desk somewhere. I literally don't know. We lost 2 screws that go on from the front cover here. We're on the point now where we're just installing the upper and lower the locks, and we're getting ready to start putting those back on the machine and getting the tool heads back on. So at least we're almost near the end of the build section of this. I know we still have some calibration to do, and I was gonna try to get like a print. I was gonna try to do like a benchy, slice of 2-color benchy, and just do a test print. We'll see how time permits. Yeah, it might be Yeet of the Week, Deuce Falchion. At this point, it's getting there. It is getting there for sure. Alright, so that's good. The screws are sticking up. Now we need to install this on the actual the X carriage. This is where you need those screws to lock them back into place. So I'm gonna keep looking again real quick if I can find those screws. I am gonna turn on a light in here. Just bear with me. I'm gonna turn on my brighter white light. These are color coordinated lights in here, so I'm just gonna turn this front one on here white. Okay, so it's brighter up front here. I can see. Make sure I'm not going crazy and didn't lose something. By the way, for those that are new here and didn't see these, Prusa also sent over not only just hardware or the new kit, but they also sent some really cool Prusa infill socks. So I've been wearing these all day today. They're actually really nice socks, I'm not going to lie. I might go ahead and try to find these screws, because I have a feeling they ended up on the floor somehow. I don't have a magnet with me, I should probably get one. But I don't remember them being laying. I don't remember these getting on the floor. So I mean, they're not on the printer, are they? Like I didn't lay them down on the side of the printer or something. I didn't think so.
After redeeming your core one using Prusa meters, I am totes going to use Prusa meters to redeem other fun Prusa stuff. Nice!
I've been definitely looking back into using printables more for my models.
I think I'm going to... Right now with printables, I have a somewhat decent collection of stuff on printables back in the day, but I didn't grow my platform there enough to create like memberships and paid models. Things I'm still able to do that. So what I think I'm going to do in the future, for like the next little bit of time, is post my free models on printables for now, and then continue to post my other stuff on things. But I would like to start posting on printables a little bit more, and giving that model design repository a little bit more of a chance. Don't get me wrong, I like Things. I think Things is pretty cool. I think, you know, for the most part, I do like their platform. Like every platform, there are definitely things on each platform I wish could be a little bit better. But just to diversify my like where my models are, and just create a little bit more of a create more exposure for my designs, if that makes sense. All right, I'm looking through my desk right now just to look for those 2 screws. Still no luck with those. I even moved my cover away. That's not one of them. It's same size, just not a flathead. So it might have fell off the side here, because I had stuff off to the side earlier. Okay. I'm literally on the floor right now looking for screws. This is where we're at in the build. The climb on the ground and look for screws segment. By the way, if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, if you want more stuff like this, definitely consider it. Yeah, I've looked everywhere. I'm not sure where they're at. When I get my 2 tool to 5 tool conversion kit, will you come to do it for me? Ask me that. Ask me that in a few weeks, and I'll give you an answer. I mean I would totally come to visit Bearded Printer, absolutely. All right, I don't need that or that. These are spares. They're gonna go in the rest of the tools here. I'm just double checking the rest of my bags. I'm just double checking the bags again. They're M3 by 12 BT. I'm gonna check my other screws in here because I don't think they got into this. I just want to check the printer itself.
I didn't move them. These are like. I'm just looking in front of my space here too. Let's see. I don't think I threw them away. Are we really going to get thrown off by losing 2 screws? Like, seriously? That's insane. I just want to go back. I want to go back through some stuff here real quick. I swear. Wait a minute. Are they? I just want to go through here and see something. Okay, those should be the same screws. M3x12 BT. Huh. I just don't know. I really hope we didn't use 2 of these screws accidentally. That's what I'm trying to think, if we may have gone back and used 2 of these screws. What? Oh, wait a minute. We might have. But no, I thought we used the ones from the back. I'm literally going through my trash right now. Oh, man. What the heck? This is breaking my brain at this point. There's M3x12 CTs, which I didn't open the bag. But these look very similar to the other ones. I'm wondering if we used the 2 that we took apart for this, and then we didn't realize that this had a... Because this is the only hardware we don't have. This is the only hardware that's left in this bag. The single tool to multi-tool parts. It includes M3x8 RT screws, M3x8 BT screws, Does not say anything about M3 by 12 CT screws. Something is, these look almost exactly the same, if not the exact same. I want to look at these in detail here. They both have a, I think these are the same screws, folks. Unless there's a typo on the bag here. I mean, these look identical. Including the head, too. These are the only ones that are also in the bag that we didn't use yet. But it also doesn't say that they're in the bag. But I want to double check to make sure I didn't throw this in the wrong bag. Because if these are used for something else and we use these now, that's going to be bad. So I'm going to check some other stuff real quick with this. I'll keep that up here. I'm going to go through the other hardware real quick again. This is filament sensor, accessories. There are, it says 5 M3 by 12 CTs in this bag, which we haven't used yet. That's labeled on the bag. We use the push pins and the springs, M3 by 12 CTs. I'm not going to touch those. Multi-tool accessories including silicone band, cable clip stopper, calibration pin key, calibration pin. Don't need those yet. These are just zip ties. Don't need those right now. And this bag is now empty because we used the M nut, the M3 and N nuts, zip ties, and the cable dock router. That's all we have. And then these 2 screws. So I'm wondering if the bag got mislabeled. But this also says includes a spare. I think we did use I think the bag is mislabeled here. I really do. That's the only other thing I can think of, is that we used 2 other screws earlier in some other assembly, like this one. I think we used these in the other assembly. I am going crazy, but I think that's what we did. Let me pull it up. Let me bring it up here. I mean, we have 2 of these screws in there. I think we used those 2 screws. I think we were supposed to use other 2 screws for this. I think we'll be able to use those 2 screws because it's the same length and the same head on the screw. I think the bag is mislabeled. I really hope I'm right on that. I can't think of anything else. I looked over my desk. They're not there. And I looked on the floor. They're not there. I looked everywhere else. They're not there. So, and this bag of the 2 screws are the only 2 things we haven't used yet, and that's labeled in that bag. The bag was also mislabeled, by the way. That had 12M by, or the M3 by 12 CT in that bag, those 2 screws, but in the bag itself, in the table of contents of the bag, it calls out M3 by 12 BT. So, I think something's not quite right, and I think the label on the bag's wrong. Because this is the only other time we use those 2 screws. It was right here. Oh, actually, wait a minute. We used those screws there. I remember using those screws there to lock the thing in place. Unless we used those 2 screws already, which I don't think we did. There was no other thing calling out M3 by 12 CT on that big bag that we had. On this bag here. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. So, this is where they got screwed into. I see there are 2 screws in here. So, let's go back. I think, do we know what the CT stands for? I think it stands for, like, the C, I think, stands for the, like, countersunk head. I think B is for button head. I could be wrong. I'm going to look this up, because I think that's what it means, but... I think it's just the head. Because it's showing me little button head screws. If I do CT, it shows countersunk screws. And there was countersunk screws used in that that front plate. Yeah, I think countersunk Torx is, I think, the what that means. So maybe the instructions are also mislabeled. Because it's telling me use button heads here. And that shows countersunk. And it shows countersunks here. These are button heads up here, but those aren't. Those are still in the assembly. I think I'm on the right. I think we're gonna use those 2 screws. I think that's the plan for now. Unless I don't anticipate there being. There's not many other pieces of hardware left, like screws and nuts and bolts and stuff that are left. And none that are similar to this, other than the, I think the one bag did have some stuff in it still. This one bag that says tool changer assembly. There are some M3 by 12 CTs in here. There's 5 of them. I don't know what these are for, though. These also these are from in the bag that had the push pins, the springs, and then the upper and lower lock. So we could use these 2, because these are the same as these. There's just 2 in this bag versus 5 in this bag. But it said to take the screws from the old assembly, so I don't know what to do at this point. I think what we should do, I think we can use those screws. The only problem is I would have to look far enough ahead and make sure there's what else is needed for this. I really don't want to have to. I don't want to use these screws and then find out that we need them for something later down the road, and then me being in a complete crossroads. Because we need to install these, get that back on, and then we can start getting the actual tool heads back onto the printer. Because everything else from here seems like it's just putting things back onto the printer. And then getting the spool holder installed. Seems fairly simple enough. What does it say? Like, it doesn't say it needs hardware for anything coming up. I'm kind of going through this quickly because I just wanted to, I just want to check to see if there's any other hardware that's needed. Oop. It tells me I should have no M3 by M3 by 12 CTs left. Which is confusing me too. Should tells me M3 by 12 BTs, I should have 2 left. Those are 12. Those are 12. The countersunk torque screws, these are the ones that were on the plate. And when I took those other ones out of the bag, they matched. So I think what we ended up doing was taking the 2 from the plate originally and assembling them in the other thing, in the bottom part of the tool dock. I think we were supposed to use those 2 in the bag for that. I think that's what we were supposed to do. But I think we can still get away with using the other ones because they're the same length and they still have the countersunk head. So, and I think they're the same torque size. The M3 by 12 CTs. They're not BTs, they're CTs. Because these are countersunk. These are not button heads. So, I think that's where we're at. Because I don't see any other things that need hardware. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna go forth and conquer. If we need spares, we need spares. But I think we're okay. I think I've justified to myself enough that I think those screws we can use. I don't see any other things that need those screws at the moment. So, all right, let's go ahead and get these installed. We're gonna use these 2. Just gonna put them in the tray. Like I mentioned, these are. I'm gonna zoom in on this. This is one that I pulled out of the bag just now. This is one from the plate. I mean, they look identical. They're identical length. Oh, there we go. And the heads are the same. So, witnesses. I'll keep that bag there just in case. Let's keep going. I'm going to get the camera turned around as well. And that should be on the actual tool head. I'm going to zoom out. And I can probably put my... I'll leave the light on because I can see. Alright. So what we need to do, we need to get the lower and upper part assembled. Take a look at the X carriage from the rear side. Okay, so I gotta go around here and do this. I'm on this side. Attach the TC lower block assembly to the X carriage and screw it 2 M3 by 12 BTs. Which I don't have 12 BTs. These are CTs. Okay, we need to let's do the lower one first. Got the springs already good. Okay. Let me get my torque screw. I apologize, chat, that this has taken quite a bit of time away. Trying to figure out why these screws aren't right, but certainly appreciate you guys still being here. I certainly appreciate you hanging out. All in all, this build, it hasn't really been that bad. Just some clarification errors on my end, and potentially a little bit on Prusa as well. I think that the documentation could be updated appropriately. But all in all, this hasn't been too bad of a build. This thing's been pretty good. So I can't really complain too much. So where did these end up going, I guess is the question. They go... So that's the back side. Why does my piece look different? That's the lower lock. Oh, the screw's going from the side. Do they? Oh, wait a minute. I have this backwards. That's why. Okay. Never mind. Okay. And then let's just double check to make sure I'm doing this right. Line up the screws in the TC block, lower left, or lower assembly lock with the blind holes in the X carriage. That's simple enough. Okay. And that's from the back side. There are two, okay, there are two holes in the front. And then I gotta do the upper one. Okay. I think this makes sense. So that's from the inside. So it'll look like that on the outside. Yeah. That looks right to me. Just gotta get them lined up. Okay. I'm gonna hold that. those 2 screws in. Oop. Oop, one spring fell out. So, gotta be really careful doing this because it's very, the springs aren't tight. Did I lose the... There we go. Putting it wrong. Alright. So that needs to go on the inside. Okay. Now I need 2 screws. These definitely are the right screws. They fit pretty well. Okay, get one on. Alright, let's get the other one on here. Carefully, I might add. I won't tighten them down too much yet until I get the top part in. Okay. Let's get the upper one in. Alright, I think I got that one on the right side. Get that in. I'll get them started here and then I will get the other one on. All right, I think we're back on track, folks. Nice and tight. All right, I think we're good. That's on. All right. Cover back on. How do I get the cover back on? There we go. All right. Gummy bear break. Oh, dear Lord. I need a gummy bear or two that I need to start putting, might need to drown these gummy bears into some special liquid to make them more fun. But, cheers. We're almost 5 hours into the stream. I think we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, chat. As long as we don't have any issues with calibration, getting the things back, tool heads back up and running, I think we're good. I think we're on the path of redemption here. That wasn't so hard. Apparently it was for me, because I didn't know where the screws went. Anyway. We will keep going. As I keep chewing. We need a 3mm screw, which I think is this big one here that was used in the XL torque little printed torque device. I think this is the M3 one. We're gonna use it along with our T10 and our 2.5. So now I think we get to work on getting the cable harnesses and the extruders back on the printer. Hooray! Take a sip of water too. Woo. Chat, hope you guys are all still hanging in there, doing okay. Let me know in chat if you guys are still hanging on and having a good time. Do appreciate you all being here. For those that are watching, if you guys have been lurking, I do appreciate you guys lurking in and out as well. But thank you guys so much again for being here. But let me know if you guys are still following along the build. One of the reasons why I wanted to do this stream is just to show the process of this whole build. And to kind of showcase how to do it, because I don't think there's many videos on this itself. So it's really good to see that, and that's why I wanted to do the stream today. Also, you know, to thank Prusa as well to showcase the Toolhead, the upgrade, Toolhead upgrade, and hopefully get this thing up and running at the end of the day. So. Still here, just working on other projects later, listening to you. Awesome. Well, I appreciate that, Tintel, and I do, seriously. Thank you guys so much for being here, and if you guys are on, if I'm on the background of what else you're working on, that's awesome. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. All right, so we need both cable bundles, and I need the printer back on the backside facing me. So. Other cable bundles over there. Just gonna slide this around carefully. We're gonna be working on this over here in the corner, so we got our wrenches. Alright, locate the long metal profile with the 5 M3 holes, which is right in here. I do remember that from the build. Those were for the tool heads. If I ever decide to upgrade to a 5 tool head from a 2, you know, we'll see. It's always a possibility. We'll see if I'm really loving the 2 tool head. I definitely will look into doing the 5. We're gonna use the first 2 holes. Gotcha. I think in the 1 tool head it uses the center hole, but obviously for the other tool heads you're going to use the ones on the far right. So We're going to place the XL cable dock router, and that's probably going to be the one we just redid for tool 1. Protruding screw from the XL dock cable router. Attach the screw to the first screw hole in the metal long profile. Through the hole in the rear metal sheet. Check the cable holders lined up with the hole. Makes sense. Okay. I believe that's the same screw that this screw right here. This bad boy. The one you guys can't see. This one right here. This is where there is a protruding screw from that. And that assembles into that first hole. We need a 2.5 Allen key. We're gonna have to like feed the PTFE and the cable. I'm gonna just connect the cable through there. That's fine. Might actually have to loosen the screw a hair. Just so I can get it in. Okay. There we go. Is that in? That's the question. I think it is in. There we go. Just gotta get it aligned. At least I think it's aligned. There we go. I feel tightening down now. Do want to make sure these are fully straight. I think they are. Dock is a press fit, so screws tighten very hard. All right. I'll make sure I tighten that down. Okay. That's as tight as I can go. Let's see. Attach the remaining docks using the same procedure. Okay, so I gotta do this one more time for the second tool. Yeah, those are pretty tight. Let's get the second tool head dock. Already built. There's the second tool right here. Oh, there we go. 2.5 mil part. Okay. Just need my flashlight on my phone to see where that second hole is at. Right here. Get started. Okay. All good. Okay. Those look straight. Not moving. That's good. Pretty simple, actually. It's definitely not, it's not loose. That's as tight as I can go, so. I think we're good with that. No worries, RC. All good. I think we're at a point where we're pretty okay right now. Other than that screw issue we had earlier, I think they mislabeled one of the bags, either in the instructions or in the bag. I don't know. I think it was in the instructions actually. I think we're actually okay. We're getting to the point where we're putting the tool heads back on, and I think we're getting close to booting this thing up and calibrating. So. All good, RC. I appreciate you being here and lurking. Always appreciate you here and in the streams. I know it's a holiday weekend, so a lot of people are spending time with family. So totally understand you guys lurking and have other things going on. So all good. I'm just going to mute this so I can just. I'm going to have to tighten down the second one a little bit more. I'm sorry, the tool one, I'm going to have to tighten down just a hair. I just noticed that. These are as tight as I can get them. They're pretty stiff. Without me shaking the printer too much. This one still like has a
little wiggle. Alright, that's better. That one's good now. Alright. All good, Techno side. Very much appreciate it. Alright. Now we gotta connect the exterior cables, which I think we just gotta connect them to the back Dwarf 1 and Dwarf 2 ports, which we've already done this, I think. This is it's a little bit different setup in our printer. We do have the cover with the screws for that, so I didn't lose those. So the first one we gotta connect the Dwarf 1, and the other one we gotta connect the Dwarf 2. So the first tool we gotta connect back to where we had it. And then the second one we gotta connect to Dwarf 2, which is the one right below it. That shouldn't be too bad. Which is that and that. And then we just gotta put the cover back on. So that's fairly simple. I'll move down a little bit so you guys can see. And I'll rotate a little bit. Let's start by doing by one. Around first. Click. Now let's do number 2. Number 2 should be the same as number 1. Side maybe. Nope, I had it the right way the first time. There we go. Alright, both of those are connected. Now I gotta put the cover back on. And I assume at this point I gotta get the spool holder and the filament PTFE tubing reconnected. And then the antenna. So let me get the cover back on. These are button head screws, by the way, folks, for those keeping track at home. Just kind of screwing this one back in a little bit. Go. There's a gap in this board, or there's a gap in this little plate that allows me to move the wires a little bit, so they're not getting pinched. Just gonna start the other one. Pinched. Tighten that back up.
should be good with that. Let's get the antenna back on. This just twists in. Okay. All right, we got the antenna figured out. All right, now we need the filament sensors. We need the PTFE back on the sensors. So let's go ahead and rotate this. Oh. All right. Insert the first and extruder PTFE all the way into the upper hole on the part. That should be pretty straightforward. So this one goes into number 1. And this one's going to go into number 2. They're slightly different colors too. This one's a little more opaque than the other one. There we go. You guys can see it now. Pretty self-explanatory. Spool holder. That should be fairly simple. I know it's in the other bag. So let me go ahead and grab that. Chat, we're there. We're almost there, folks. We are right there. All we gotta do is attach the 2 tool heads, and we're pretty much there, folks. And then we got our M3 nut here. I kind of know how this is gonna go. This is gonna go inside of the extrusion down here. Down in here. And it's going to basically be the same concept. It's gonna screw into the middle, and it'll be basically down here. So that way we have our 2 spools. So let's go ahead. We're just going to have to line this up in the right spot. Let's go ahead and grab our hardware out of the bag. Two screws. This looks a nice. This is a molded. Difference, by the way. This is a molded plastic spool holder versus the original XL spool holder. This is printed, actually. So it's nice that they have some plastic injection molded plastic parts on this now. All right, so that's going to snap in together. That should be simple as I say that. Okay, so that slides in like that. Look at me, I'm... Oh, easy. Oh, I love the fit of that, too. Ooh, when it snaps. Listen to that. Ooh, I like that sound. They just made me really happy there. Whew. All right. Insert the spool into the spool holder. Push. Okay, we've got that. Now we need our screw, and we need an M3, a really long Allen key here, which we got. We need to, I think, install the nut here into the extrusion. Actually, hang on. No, we can install the nut now. So we're gonna install the nut, or I'm sorry, install the screw. There we go. Oh, it just has to protrude. It's not gonna screw in yet because we have to screw it into the nut. Okay, that's fine. Let it sit. Don't lose it. All right. Now we got to get this in here. We're going to try to put it in the same location here just so we can have enough room for the spool. Looks like it's slightly below halfway between these two screws. It's like slightly below. So we're going to put it right around there. And these just kind of press in. And we can move this as well. I just got to remember how to push these in. I think this goes one like this. Let's remind myself here. Way. That's not good. Push it in. I think I put it in the wrong way, folks. Wish there was a picture about how you put the nut on here. There probably is. Just gotta get it in. I think we're close. Oh, we're close. Oh wait, we got it. Never mind, we're good. Just had to kind of wiggle it in. Alright, so we're gonna push this up a little under halfway between these two screws. These two. That's kind of where it is in the picture, too. We'll go a little further down. That's about halfway. Let's go down a little bit. It's actually right, it's kind of parallel to the back side of the power supply. So, I mean, we're right around there. We'll leave it there. If we need to adjust it, we can always adjust it, but I think that's a good spot for it. And then I think we just got to screw this in, and I think we're good. Make sure the spool is nice and sturdy. Give it a nice tighten. I'm probably going to have the printer hang over the edge of the table a little bit more, just so the spool could fit. I think we'll be okay. Alright, I think we're good. I mean, it's pretty sturdy. Alright, next extruder assembly. We're going to flip the printer back around, I think. We just got to get the extruders on, the neck extruders on the docks and connect them all together. And I think we'll be in good shape. All right, so place the two metal inserts to the white holes in the dock. Magnets while we dock the neck extruder. Well done, neck extruder is ready. That's simple enough. All right. Two pins on the two. Look at that. Okay, that's latched. And then the next one, which is in the box, but it's already assembled. And before I assemble it, I'm going to put the silicone sock on, because you always have to practice safe 3D printing. Put a sock on it. Get this on, and then we'll attach this second tool head. Need like a tiny piece of hardware to stretch it. Being careful not to damage the wiring. It's also very, very close to the it's also close to the fan. I can't almost get it on without having to push the fan out. You can see how close that is to the fan. It's kind of tough to get on here. I'm not gonna lie. And the heater block's like right up against the fan too. I don't want to damage the fan. What I might have to do is detach the hot end from the assembly, put the sock on, and then reattach it. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. So I can do that. I just have to be careful. I believe that's this little grub screw in the middle here. Let me go ahead and try to loosen that real quick. And then we're just going to loosen it.
You would think this should be fairly simple. There we go. All right, we are socked up. Let's tighten you back. We will put on the other nozzle that I mentioned. We'll put that on at a later date. I just want to get these tool heads on, calibrated, and printing, so we don't waste more time. It probably wouldn't take that much longer to do, but it is what it is. Ooh. One of my tools just got untightened. Hang on one second. I just gotta remember what screw I used. 2.5 Allen key, okay. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. All right, back to where we were. You guys have come this far. You want to see it get to the end here. Check the cable bundle's not twisted. I don't believe it is. Okay. So now I got to hook up the keyhole openings in the flexible plate of the cable bundle, screw and onto the screw heads, and push up the correct position. Hold next to T10 and tighten. Perfect. When I first assembled my XL, I snapped that cable routing stick almost immediately. Oof. That ain't good. I think, I forget what I did on my XL build. Well, my XL build had some issues because the LCD screen forgot the little grounding pin, and then I had to ask the support to send me another one, like a little grounding pin piece, because there was not one on the LCD, and then they sent me another LCD that also didn't have a grounding pin on it, so then a third shipment had to come in for the grounding pin. But yeah, other than that, I don't think I broke anything on the XL build, which is good. But yeah, that has to be a terrible feeling for sure. Pez Liz, welcome back. You're just in time for us. You're near the end. We are about to finish the last little bits of installation here. I just need to get the. Looks like now I just gotta get the
plastic slots back in. So I gotta loosen these. We gotta loosen these screws up a little bit. You should be able to see. Tighten these down. Okay. Okay, now we gotta do the next one. I think we gotta do the next one next. Oh wait, no. Okay, then we can, yeah, we can repeat that, and then we can just connect all the PTFE and the electrical connector. Hands are a little sweaty right now. There we go. Let's do the next one here. Sweaty hands do not help at this point with these wrenches. There we go. One more screw. That's good. Let's go ahead and attach the PTFE. There we go. And these two, which have a different setup for the screws. So I have a different fitting on, I have this fitting on the new Toolhead here. This one has, oh no, I'm sorry, that's the old fitting. And on the new one, there are two little screws on that. So I have to get myself an M2.5. Unscrew these. I believe. And then take the screws out, and then I have to put this connector on. These screws, that's for sure. Yeah, Liz, you missed the entire like hour it took me, or 45 minutes that I ended up losing screws, and I didn't really lose them. I ended up using them somewhere else, but they also mislabeled. I think there was something mislabeled on one of the parts. So, okay, that's snapped in. Let's screw this cover back on.
sleeve in, and then we'll. Okay. All right, one's now in. I think. Using the right screw here? Yeah, using the right screw. Kind of made it more difficult to get this on than the other one. It's not going in the hole, which I'm not sure why. Let's try. Okay, that one's in. There we go. I heard it click. Heard it click. All right, one more screw to tighten, we're good. All right. Let's see what we got next. All right, calibration. Yay. All right. Starting 2024, you might receive a gray nozzle seal, identical to the red one. Okay. All right, so following image is made with an extruder and dock removed from the printer. Please do not remove the docks from the printer and set the seal height with the dock still connected to the printer. All right. Take a sip of coffee here. And water, because that coffee is, it's like 6 hours old. There we go. All right, I'm gonna bring, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna have to go to the side of the printer to do this. Using the 2.5 mil Allen key, tighten or untighten the M3x30 screw to calibrate the height of the nozzle seal. Okay. Well, how do we do that? If the nozzle seal is too low or too high, we'll need to reposition its height using the 2.5 millimeter Allen key. The correct position of the nozzle seal is when it isn't bent and is touching the nozzle. So that's good. Okay, so we don't want it to bend. We want it to be touching. All right, so I gotta go back. Which screw was it? It was that one. Okay, it was the one on the left, the one we didn't adjust. Okay. Let's go ahead and calibrate that. And I can put it on my bigger screen so you guys can kind of see it. There we go. It's in the back, so it's going to be hard to do. I guess the question is, how do you see it? How do you actually like see where the nozzle's at? It's a good question.
So once we calibrate this, we're pretty much ready to boot this thing up and run potentially a test print and do more calibration. Alright, so I'm going to have to look from this from the front. I apologize. I can already see these I can already see them bent. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring the camera up close. So we can see it from here. And by the way, dudes, this is still that top-down camera you lent me and gave to me a while back. This thing has been a godsend. All right, so we can kind of see it. I'm gonna push up the hair. So we could see it's bent. We can see actually both are getting bent pretty well. So let's go ahead and adjust this. Turn it clockwise to set it lower. Okay. Clockwise. I gotta get the screw in there somehow. I can't see how much it lowers it when I turn. Kind of hard to tell. I mean, it's still coming in contact pretty low, so. The magnets are also kind of getting in my way a little bit. Just like a turn at a time. We're gonna do one turn at a time and check. Now we're getting there. I don't know, for anyone that has an Excel that has multiple tools, I don't know. Did anybody else have to do calibration to this extent? Let me know. I mean, we're definitely getting there. Wish I could move this closer, but I can't. Really can't. I can see a little bit better there. This second tool will be a lot easier to work on because this one's like in between. All right, check it now. I think we're pretty close. We may have another turn or two. We're not zoomed in, actually. I forgot about that. We're getting closer. I mean, this number 1 looks a lot better. Number 2, we're gonna have to fix. So maybe another turn or two on number 1, and then I think 2 we'll have to work on as well. It's hard to see the nozzle itself. Most probably need another turn or two. You know what I'm gonna do? Look at my phone camera. Put it up here. I don't know if that helps or not. Not really, because it's not. Doesn't really help there either. That's fine. We'll keep doing this way. I don't mind. I feel like I've had to go down quite a bit. But we're getting closer. It's definitely looking a little bit better. How are we doing now? Almost there, maybe another turn or two, and I think we're good on tool 1. We're getting there. Don't have that much more room to go. I think tool 1 is about good. I think that looks all right. As long as it's not too far down. But I think we're right about there. I think we're right about there on tool 1. We'll go back and double check it before we move on, but hey 3D Meg Vince, we're doing all right. We're just doing the calibration on the nozzle seal right now on both tools. So we're getting near the end. This one's a lot easier on tool 2 to work on, because there's nothing next to it. Now, if there was another 3 tool heads here, then you would have no space as well. I did a couple turns at a time on that one. Let's go ahead and just push this over here. It's going to be close. We're going to have to do this kind of at an angle. Alright, that one's still got some ways to go. Not a problem. Chat, this might be the longest stream I've ever done to date. I think our our previous longest stream was about 5 or 6 hours. So we're getting up there. But we're too close to the finish now to stop now. All right, we're almost there with that one. But so far, the process hasn't been too bad. I probably could have done this quicker without being on camera and whatnot. But I do appreciate doing this on stream because it's easy to, you know, in my case, I did mess up a couple little things, and you guys were there to help me get through a couple spots during the build, so I do appreciate that. Let's see. Maybe a couple turns on tool 2. I think we're right about there. It's really hard to gauge it, but I think we're right about there. It's a little easier to see on the second tool because it's a brass nozzle versus the other one is a dark steel tungsten carbide. Just trying to lift up the camera a little bit. Maybe another half turn on tool 2. Can't go much further on that, so I think we're good. Doesn't look like overdone. And then tool 1. Tool 1 looks all right too. We can always adjust that. I think we're okay. I'm happy with that. I can always adjust that if need be, if it's off by a hair. But that looks like the picture. You know, it has a bend, but it looks parallel to the tool. So I'm pretty happy with that. And more gummy bears! Woo! It is gummy bear time, Bearded Printer. I mean, this is going on 6 hours now, but it's always great to have a gummy bear break. And I'll do a quick hydrate break as well. If you guys have a beverage, raise them high, raise them proud. Cheers to you guys being here through all of this fun today. And thank you guys so much for being here. Go hit the like button, please, if you haven't yet. And definitely go subscribe. It's free to join the channel here. And hopefully we do more YouTube stuff in the future here, because I think YouTube stuff's pretty cool. I want to do more YouTube live streams every now and then, so if we're successful here, we will. Only 5 more minutes. In 5
5 minutes my time is like an hour. There's no marbles today, guys. All right. We're good on fasteners. Move the camera away. I'm gonna move the camera over here to my other table. I'm still chewing gummy bears, guys. And I forgot to hydrate. Cheers. Alright. I'm going to move the camera over. I'm going to put the camera over on the table here, and I'm going to push the printer up on the wall over here. That way I can plug it in pretty easily. And then we can move forward with calibration with the software. I did already download Prusa Slicer. I did already update the firmware on the machine to its latest firmware. I downloaded the latest Prusa Slicer with the 2 tool heads like checked off, like the box checked off, so I can toggle between that. So like all that should be pretty good. I know there's some other calibration stuff we'll have to do in here, but let me go ahead and move the printer real quick, and then we'll get into this next part here. So yeah, let me go ahead and move this. You guys are looking at the side of the printer right now. Oh, they got significantly heavier with the extra tool head. Well, not really, but I jumped. I should move this back to its original location. Actually, I might do that. That way calibration doesn't get messed up when I move the printer back over there. So I am going to do that. So I'm going to move this table to the side for now. Move this box. We're going to move the printer back. And then I'll move the camera over that way. That way I don't have to move it anymore. Carefully moving it back. You like seeing the wall? Alright. Now, I can move the camera over here. And I'll move the table a little closer just for the screen's sake. The power cable over here. We're going to plug that back in, folks. And it's going to be time to boot this thing up. You guys ready for it to boot back up? 1, 2, 3, turning on. No smoke. Lights are turning on in the software. Love to see it. Sweet. Yes, we gotta run calibration still though. All right. I'll move the camera in a minute. Plugged in. All right, we got to reset the printer to factory defaults. Okay. I think it said full reset on the slicer. Reset settings and system, factory reset, reset settings calibrations. Not sure what exactly we need to... I think the interface is slightly different. Okay, we'll just do it that way then. All right. Let's do a factory reset here, and then we'll get going. There we go. We don't need the paper right now. We'll let it do its hard reset. And then we will move forward to calibration. Guys, we're that close. We're that close. Not sure how long it's going to take. Should take only a few moments. While that's happening, I'm going to get some filament out for a test print. And I do have 2 spools that I want to use for this test print. Since we are, one second, folks. Let's see. Do I have enough of that? I'm trying to think what I have. Since we are doing this Prusa upgrade, we are going to use 2 filaments that I have that are. We gotta use the Prusa Mint Purple, and I have a little bit left of printed solid Golden Winter Glitter. We're gonna try to do a benchy, 2-color benchy print, and we'll paint it up in the slicer with these 2 colors. I don't have much of the gold left, but it'll be enough that we should be able to use it pretty easily. So, and this spool I actually have to untangle because it got undone. Yay for that. Okay. We'll worry about that here in a second. Alright, we're ready to continue calibration.
let's go ahead and move forward. Oh, we can hit cancel, I guess. Or maybe not. It's asking me how many tools I have, so it probably needs to... Alright. We need the wrenches for dot calibration. We need that. Alright, so I gotta do some of these first. Tool 1 is 0.6. Extruder silicone sock. Okay. Tool 2 is 0.4. It's not hardened. Wi-Fi, gotta enter the password, which you guys don't get to see. Give me 2 seconds on that. Oh, I forgot this is a touchscreen on here. Should be connecting the Wi-Fi here shortly. Okay. The printer should already be set up for Prusa Connect, but we'll do that again. Alright. Bear with me. A little bit of calibration. We'll get things going. Scan QR code. Should be simple enough. I've done this a handful of times already. Okay. We're connected. I already did that. Oh, do I have to enter the code? I don't remember how that works. Let me check real I'm on the point. I'm trying to add the Prusa Connect here. I logged in. Do I have to enter that code that's on the screen somewhere? Let me try doing it through my computer here. Just try it. Let me just try it. Okay. Okay, it's on here. So, why won't it let me continue? Alright, we're good. It's running fan tests right now. Point it down here so you guys can see the screen. Guys, for those that haven't seen yet, wearing Prusa socks today. Some hexagonal infill socks. Prusa sent these over. They're awesome. All right. Oh, failed the fan test. Okay, so the print fan on tool 2 is failing, but the others are fine. The print fan on tool 2 is not passing. Not sure why. On. Huh. It's not good. Alright. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna put my Be Right Back screen on for just a second, and then I'm going to try to do something here real quick and see if I can fix it. So don't go anywhere. I'm just going to be right back. Give me a few minutes. All right, I'm coming back. Thank you all for waiting. I appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna check something here. I think I gotta double check to make sure that what I installed, the cable was attached. Right now, the fan for the second tool is not. It's failing. I'm not sure why. I'm curious. I'm gonna try another test and see if something else can do with that second tool. That's good. Better check the x-axis now, which should be fine. Good. I think it's doing some other tests. All right, how's everybody doing? All right, I gotta do dot calibration. I don't know why the fans aren't running or why the one fan test is failing, but I gotta figure that out. So I need that wrench and the little one, which I had over there. Thought I had over, I do. You had to take the fan shroud off to get the fan test to pass? Ooh, good to know. I wonder if I tightened it too tight, baby. Okay. All right, let's check this next test. Taking another gummy bear because I deserve one. All right, gotta loosen pins. Mini wrench. All right. All right. Okay. do you remove the pins? Okay. You have to unscrew them. That's weird. Oh, I see there's little, there, okay, never mind, I figured it out. There's a little groove in the pin. Unscrew, remove both pins in dock 1. Alright, so I gotta do that. Okay. Alright, now I can loosen the pin. And remove them. Alright, one pin's out. Second. Okay. One more out. Both pins are released from tool 1. You guys actually see what I'm working on here. Now I gotta loosen the 2 screws on the side. With the other wrench. Let me check the screen here. Unscrew, remove both dock pins. Okay. Did that already. And we just need to loosen those screws. All right. All right. I think it's those two. Let me just double check, make sure I'm doing the right screws. Yep.
loosened. Go. Now I gotta align them with lock the tool. Let's see. Oh. All right. Apologies for going back and forth quite a bit. Let's see. Nice to have a second tool head. Now you can print all the dual color, dual material things. Yeah, that's good. It's gonna be great to have a second tool head on this machine. I would sound more excited about it. It's been a very long stream, so. But yes, I am very much excited for this. All right. So I think I just gotta slide it into the slide it into that. All right. Okay. Manually move the tool changing mechanisms in the first tool. Manually lock the middle bars to describe in the picture. Okay. So I have to push those little metal brackets all the way over to the right and lock it into place where the pins are at. Or they're supposed to be. Okay. Seems straightforward enough. Let's go do it. I think we're good. It just kind of pushes back in and then kind of like fits together, and then you just have to push those little metal tabs to the right so it gets to this point, correct? I think that's what we do here. Because manually lock the metal bars into describing the picture, so it locks into place basically. And then using a uni wrench, tighten the upper screw on the side of the dock. Okay, so we have to tighten that one screw. Do I have to tighten the bottom one? I guess not. Tighten the upper screw. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Where's my wrench? I guess you really can't get to the lower one. That's tight as it can get. All right. We're about to have this thing, I think, start moving. And then I got, okay, then you tighten the lower screw after you hit continue. Okay. I did do that already. Look at that, folks. We got movement. Okay. Ooh. That's not good. It's saying it's out of bounds position. That's not good. So close. Okay. Not sure what we do here. Let's click on the QR code and we're gonna reset. Hey. Oh boy. Okay, so how do I reset it then? Can I just pull it off of the clip? I don't want to pull off the extruder because it's not home. Not sure where outbound. I gotta restart dock position calibrate. Okay. Figure it out here. Home. Calibration. Alright. Got a line of Toolhead again. Okay. Alright, we're gonna line it back up. Did do that. Well, I can't move it to the right because there's no pin there, because we already took the pin out. This is getting to be a little more tricky than I thought. All right.
At this point, I didn't get to the point where I lowered the bottom screw. We're gonna try this again. It's telling me to lock them into place with the pins, but the pins are already out. I'm going back and forth between steps 1 and 2. Okay. Okay. It's like stuck in a loop. And I'm not sure what to do other than to reset the calibration and test it. We're going to do a full reset here. We're going to do a full reset and just start from scratch. I already did that because it's not getting back to the screen where I want it to be. It's kind of going back and forth. This is where I was at before it gave me the error. I tightened the screw back. It started moving and then it threw up an error saying it was out of bounds. Not sure why, but we're gonna reset it and try it again. At this point, you know, I think we'll have a hard cutoff at 7 p.m. If I can't get it, we'll continue this on another stream. Maybe we'll save the calibration for another stream. I don't know. We'll see what we can do here. But I gotta get back to this screen here. I gotta reset all this stuff again. Did all this. I gotta do this again. I'm gonna skip the network setup for now.
Okay, good. Did that. All right, it's running Z-axis calibration. Okay. There. Back to dot calibration. Okay. We gotta park the tool manually. Okay. Align with the pins. Don't need those out. Okay. There we go. Okay. Locked in place. It's attached to the tool. That's locked into place. There we go, okay. 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 Sorry, folks. Alright, I loosen the pins and the screws. Alright. Okay. Working through this, folks, so don't just bear with me. We're getting there. Oh, it's all good. Part of the process. Part of the process. Alright, every time tighten the top screw. See if this doesn't throw a fit. I'm going to have to make sure I know what I'm actually doing with that. So I get to this point, and it doesn't like what I'm doing. All right, let's go ahead and move the... Let's move this back carefully. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna just tighten up the screws, the hair. I think it has to do with the way I have it done. Alright. I'm going to try this one more time. And if it's still giving me fits, then we're going to... We'll probably call the stream at that point. Because I have this metal bar here has not moved. It's in the location it should be in. Alright, let's go ahead. Let it do its thing. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. I'm on this step currently here, Techno side. So if I go back to this is where I'm at. So I was running through the entire calibration setup with the dock. We're gonna go back and kind of do this from the get-go. So dock 1 calibration, we locked the tool. This was before we took the pins out. I'm sorry, this was after we took the pins out. Took the pins out. The docking pins. And then we loosen those 2 screws on the side. This is where we're at. This is where we lock it in to the first tool. And then tighten the upper screw on the dock. That's where we were at. And then after I click continue, it did its little movement, and then it threw up an error saying it was out of bounds. So we're gonna try that again. Do that. Lock it. Lock it all the way to the right. Maybe that's what was the problem. It wasn't locked all the way. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. We did. Let's go ahead and tighten the screw again. Oh yeah, I gotta loosen the screw actually. it presses in all the way. Maybe that's my problem. Is it supposed to press? Is that metal bar supposed to press in all the way? I think it is. Yeah, I think I didn't have it clicked in all the way. Let me try this again. It might have been me. But now let's go ahead and tighten the screw. All right. I don't know. Why is it not calibrating? Saying different too much from expected values. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on with this. I'm gonna have to dig a little deeper into this. But it's not. If I can't get the first tool homed, I'm not gonna be able to do the second one. Yeah, I'm probably going to end the stream here then at this point, because it's been almost 7 hours, and quite frankly, I am ready for a break. If I can figure this out, maybe we'll hop on later tonight. I don't know. If not, stay tuned. I will probably try to get this finished up soon, obviously. But yeah, I gotta figure out what's going on, and it's already been 7 hours, so I think it's a spot we can call it for now. If we have to make a part 2 stream, we can. Yeah, it's a. I'm gonna have to do a little digging on this, and if anyone has any ideas or suggestions, I did scan that QR code. All it told me was to reset it. I'm not sure why it's out of bounds though. That's the strange part. But yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be this long. I thought it would be like 5 hours, 6 hours max. But it's taking a little longer, but that's okay. You know what? Rather get it right, rather have it working. I do need to get it working sooner than later, though, because I do need this for my holiday project coming up. It has been, I cannot have this machine down for a long period of time, because that's going to delay some things, and I don't want that. So, I think we'll call it here. I do want to thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for being here for 7 hours. It has been a good stream, more or less. You know, everything with the build was not too bad. We took our time with it a little bit, but all in all, this build hasn't been too bad. The extra Toolhead kit is pretty straightforward. A big thank you again to Prusa for sponsoring this. Prusa has been great. Thank you again to them for sponsoring the 1 to 2 Toolhead upgrade kit. We will get it up and running. I promise you guys that. But I will keep you guys posted on social media, over on X, on Blue Sky. If you guys are not following the Discord, there is a link to our Discord, I think, in the description somewhere. Go check out the Discord. I'll post updates there as well. If you guys are not part of the Twitch community, definitely go check that out. We live stream there usually a couple times a week, and we'll be working on our holiday project over there. But yeah, I'll keep you guys posted what we're gonna do if we are gonna do a part 2. I would like to do a part 2 just so you guys can see it printing, and because we still need to finish calibrations. Once we get past this, I think there wasn't too many other calibrations. We gotta do the second tool head, obviously.
but we'll be able to finish calibrations and slice up a print, and we should be good to go from there. But yeah, I gotta figure some stuff out. Plus, it's been 7 hours, and I'm ready for a break. I'm ready to unwind for a little bit. But thank you all again so much. Thank you for everybody who donated super chats, and anyone that subscribed for the membership to the channel. Thank you guys so much. That really helps offset costs for projects, helps offset costs for different events I try to get to every year, and also helps with upgrading content for the channel. So thank you guys for your support there, and thank you guys for being here again. If you guys haven't yet done so, one final time I'll tell you guys, go hit the like button on this video. Greatly appreciated if you do, and thank you guys again just for being here. I do appreciate it. But yeah, it's been a good stream. I think we're gonna call it here because we've got to figure out some stuff with the Toolhead not going out of bounds. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if there's a way I can find out how much of a deviation there is from what it's supposed to be. But we'll get it figured out, folks. We'll get it figured out, and we'll get this thing working. So, about 20 more, 5 more minutes, you should have it. Exactly. Yeah. No, I was not expecting this to be a 7-hour stream today, and it's already nighttime. So, I'm gonna go grab some food, and I'm gonna go try to figure out what's going on with this. I'll be working on this tonight, more than likely, and we'll hopefully share some progress with you guys tomorrow. If I decide to do another stream, I'll let you guys know, and we'll go from there. All right, that is going to do it. Thank you all again. I greatly appreciate every single one of you guys. Thank you again to Prusa for sponsoring the kit, and I will see you guys again very soon. Have a great rest of your day. Hopefully get some good Black Friday deals. Check out our videos if you haven't yet done so on the Black Friday deals series. We have 4 different videos, 4 different YouTube shorts, highlighting different companies, 3D printing companies and their deals. Go check those out, please, as well. Hopefully you guys snagged a couple good Black Friday deals. But I will see you guys again very soon. Have a great rest of your night. And I gotta figure out where my button is for the end of the stream. There it is. Alright. Take care, everybody. And until next time, keep doing it big.